Ever watched a soft kid turn into an absolute fucking unit overnight? One spider bite later and he's swinging through cities, dropping bodies, and making the strongest look ass. Izuku Midoriya with these powers is not your friendly neighborhood anything. Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words. With great power comes great responsibility.
Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The thing standing in the middle of Kiyoshi Ward was 60 feet tall and wearing a parking garage, rebar spine, car doors welded to its ribs by the pressure of its own hands, 2 shipping containers crushed into fists. Somewhere inside all of that steel, there was a man named Gantetsu. And about 9 minutes ago, Gantetsu had decided that the Kiyoshi Ward Mall owed him money. Now the mall was in 3 pieces, and the sky above it was the color of a struck match. "Okay," said a voice from somewhere above the smoke. "But have you considered therapy?" Gantetsu's head swung up. A web line snapped taut across 60 meters of open air, and the kid on the end of it came in low and fast, feet first, and hit the steel giant in the side of the jaw hard enough to put a dent in a Buick. The giant went sideways into a bank. The crowd behind the police line lost its mind. 300 phones went up at once. A woman in a food court uniform was screaming. A man in a business suit was screaming louder. Somewhere in the back, a teenager was narrating into his camera with the frantic joy of someone who knew, absolutely knew, that this was going to change his life. "That's him! That's him! That's Spider-Man! He's here! He's actually..." Izuku Midoriya landed on a lamppost upside down, stuck there by the soles of his feet, and looked down at 400 civilians the pros had spent 9 minutes failing to evacuate. "Hey, everybody!" Loved the enthusiasm. He pointed 2 fingers at the alley behind them. "That way. Now, there's a subway entrance, and I would love it if you were in it." Gantetsu came out of the bank with a support column in each hand. The golden light bloomed around Izuku's head before the giant finished the throw, a halo of hairline sparks, bright and clean, humming at a pitch that lived somewhere behind his eyes. He felt the column leave the hand. He felt the arc of it. He felt where it would land, and he felt the exact bench, and the exact stroller, and the exact grandmother sitting on that exact bench, and all of that arrived in his head in the space between 2 heartbeats. He dropped off the lamppost, fired both wrists, and yanked. The column changed direction 2 meters above the grandmother's head and buried itself in the asphalt like a thrown spear. "Ma'am," Izuku said, landing beside her, already scooping her and the stroller into his arms. "With all respect, you are the bravest person in this city, and also please run." He deposited her behind the police line, turned, and got hit by a shipping container. The impact took him through a bus shelter, through a taxi, and into the wall of a coffee shop. And for a full second, the crowd went dead still. Then the wall exploded outward, and Izuku Midoriya came out of it at 40 miles an hour, gold light crawling down both arms, laughing. "Oh, we're doing contact now! Great! I love contact!" He hit the giant's knee joint with everything. The sound was a car crash. The gold went into the steel and through it, chasing every seam and rivet and bolt, and Gantetsu's left leg folded the wrong way. 60 feet of stolen metal came down into the plaza and cracked the fountain in half. Izuku was already climbing. He ran up the giant's chest on all fours, sticking to steel that was trying to shake him off, fired a line into the giant's shoulder, whipped around behind the head, and started webbing. Not a cocoon, a harness. Anchor at the neck, anchor at the wrists, 2 lines into the ruined foundation of the parking garage. Every strand went down thick and white and hardened in under a second. And Izuku pulled each one tight with a body that could deadlift a train car. Gantetsu got one arm free. Izuku webbed it to the man's own face. There we go. Nap time, big guy. Then he set his feet against the back of the giant's skull, took the two thickest lines in his fists, and hauled. The plaza cracked, the web lines screamed. Gantetsu's head came down against the concrete, and the last thing the crowd saw before the dust swallowed everything was a red and blue figure standing on the back of a fallen god with one hand raised in a wave. By the time the pros arrived, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, two sidekicks who would later refuse to comment, the villain was wrapped in 800 meters of webbing and hanging from a construction crane like a Christmas ornament, and there was a note stuck to his chest. The note said, "Sorry about the fountain." SM clip hit 40 million views in 11 hours. Every hero commentary show in Japan ran the same 6 seconds on loop. The coffee shop wall bursting outward, the kid coming through it, that laugh. And in every comment section, in every studio, on every morning program, people ask the same question in 100 different ways. Who is he? Where did he come from? What is he? He was 15 years old. His name was Izuku Midoriya. And the answer to all three questions started with a spider, a bad decision, and the worst night of his life. Rewind. At 14, Izuku Midoriya was the only quirkless student at Aldera Junior High, and he had made peace with roughly none of it. He was not a soft kid. That's the part people got wrong later, when the biographers came sniffing around and tried to build a saint. He was small, and he was smart, and he had a mouth on him that got him into more trouble than his fists could pay for. He read hero analysis the way other kids read manga. He filled 13 notebooks with movement breakdowns and quirk mechanics and margin notes that said things like, "Endeavor drops his left shoulder before a big one. Why does nobody say this on TV?" He didn't cry about being quirkless. He argued about it. Loudly. With teachers. Which is a different problem entirely. Katsuki Bakugo told him to give up so many times it stopped being an event and became weather. And on a Thursday in April, Aldera Junior High loaded 2 buses full of 14-year-olds and drove them 90 minutes to the Shirokane Genome Institute for a field trip that the school newsletter described as an exciting look at Japan's biotech future. The institute was white, cold, and smelled like nothing at all. Glass corridors, airlocks that sighed, rooms full of tanks where things floated with too many legs. Their guide was a researcher named Dr. Aizu, who talked to a class of 14-year-olds like they were a funding committee. Hybrid arthropod genomics, she said, walking them past a wall of terrariums. 16 source species. We are studying regenerative tissue behavior, adhesive microstructure, and bioconductive nerve response. Please do not tap the glass. Izuku tapped the glass. Not really. He leaned in close enough that his breath fogged it. Because inside Terrarium 14, there was a spider the size of a plum with a body that shifted color as it moved and a faint blue current running along the joints of its legs. He read the label. Subject 14, bioelectric hybrid, handling, level 4 only. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life, Izuku said. Bakugo shoved past him hard enough to bounce him off the glass. Move, nerd. The class went left. Izuku went right, because a corridor with a propped open door and a sign that said restricted has never once in human history failed to attract a curious 14-year-old. He was in there for maybe 90 seconds. Long enough to see the culture racks, long enough to see a cracked containment lid on a cart that somebody had wheeled halfway to a lab and then abandoned when the fire drill announcement chimed, long enough to feel the sting on the back of his right hand. He looked down. There was a spider on him. Blue light ran through its legs like veins. Izuku said a word that would have gotten him detention. He shook it off. He stepped on it, which he felt bad about for 11 years afterward. He rejoined the class with his hand in his pocket and a hot needle of pain crawling up his wrist and told absolutely nobody. The bus ride home is where it started. Fever by the highway. Vision doubling by the tunnel. Every sound in the bus arriving too loud and too separate. 42 heartbeats. 3 chewing gum, the driver's watch ticking, the tires finding a seam in the road every 1.4 seconds. He got home, said, "I'm fine, Mom," to a woman who has never once believed those words and collapsed face down on his bed. Then 7 days happened to him. Inko Midoriya spent most of that week on the floor beside his mattress with a bowl of ice water and a phone in her hand she was too scared to use. 3 separate doctors came. 2 of them said flu. The third one, an older woman who had worked emergency intake during the first quirk boom, watched Izuku's fingers curl into the sheets and take the fabric with them, and said in a very careful voice, "Mrs. Midoriya, has your son ever been evaluated for late onset expression?" Because Izuku's body was taking itself apart, his muscles restructured. Fiber by fiber, denser, packed tighter, wound like cable. His bones thickened at the joints. His nervous system multiplied its own endings until his skin could read a change in air pressure from across a room. Something new grew in the pads of his fingers, microscopic hairs, hundreds of thousands per square centimeter, each one grabbing at molecules like a hand. And in the base of his skull, in the place where the animal brain lives, something switched on that had never existed in a human being before. A sense with no name. A cluster that read the world's intentions half a second before the world had them. He screamed a lot. He apologized for screaming, which made it worse. On the 7th morning, he woke up and the fever was gone and he was hungry in a way that felt like a moral emergency. He sat up. He put his hand on the wall to steady himself. He took it off and brought 4 inches of wallpaper with it. Izuku Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed at 6:40 in the morning, looked at the strip of wallpaper glued to his palm, and started to laugh so hard he cried. That afternoon, he ate 11 eggs, walked to the abandoned lot behind the Surumi warehouses, and found out what he was. He jumped. He was aiming for the top of a dumpster. He cleared a 2-story fire escape and hit the roof. He punched a concrete block, thinking he'd bruise a knuckle. The block turned into gravel. He put his hand flat against a brick wall and pulled, and his body came off the ground, and he climbed 40 feet straight up without thinking about it once, the way you don't think about walking. He hung from a gutter by his feet, upside down, 40 feet over the pavement, and screamed with joy into an empty parking lot. And then he learned about the tingling. He was walking home at dusk when the light bloomed in his skull, a gold ring, faint, insistent, right at the edge of what his eyes could report. And it told him, left, 40 degrees now. He moved without deciding to. A cyclist tore through the space where his head had been, cursing, gone. Izuku stood in the middle of the sidewalk with his heart going like a drum and said out loud to nobody, "What was that?" He spent 3 weeks finding out. He rigged tests. He got his mother's tennis ball launcher out of the closet, aimed it at his own back, blindfolded himself, and let it fire. He caught the ball 11 times out of 11. He filled 2 notebooks about it and titled them, because he was 14 and unbearable, Spider Sense, working name. The webbing came last, and it came by accident in the middle of the night from his own wrists. There were 2 small openings on the inside of each forearm that had not been there in March. When he tensed his hand a certain way, 3rd and 4th fingers folded into the palm, a squeeze from a muscle he shouldn't have had, a jet of protein fluid came out at 70 meters a second, hit his bedroom ceiling, and hardened into a cable that held his entire body weight without a creak. Izuku Midoriya opened the door at 3 a.m. to find her son hanging from the ceiling by a rope of white silk that came out of his arms, grinning at her upside down. "Mom," he said. "Okay, so, don't panic." She panicked. Then she made tea. Then she cried and hugged him so hard he had to be careful with his new arms. And she said, "You're going to be a hero, aren't you? You're going to be a hero, and I'm going to be scared every day for the rest of my life." Here's where the story goes wrong, because Izuku Midoriya did not become a hero. Not for a year. Not for the worst year. He was 14 years old, and for 14 years the world had explained to him, patiently, cheerfully, in the voice of teachers and classmates and hero rankings and every commercial on television, that he was less. Less than the girl with sticky fingers. Less than the boy who could make his own hair a foot longer. Less than everybody. And then a spider bit him, and he could hold up a car. He wanted somebody to pay for that year. He didn't know who. So he took it out on whoever was in front of him. The place he found was under a shuttered noodle factory in Tekai, the industrial strip on the wrong side of the Musutafu River where the streetlights had been broken so long, the city stopped replacing them. You went down a loading ramp through a door with a painted-over window and into a basement the size of a gymnasium that smelled like sweat, tape, and old rain. They called it the Kettle. It was a fighting ring for people who had quirks and nowhere legal to use them. No licenses, no age checks worth the name, a chain link cage in the middle, 400 people around it screaming, and a book running in the corner where a thin man in a good coat wrote everything down in a leather ledger and never once raised his voice. His name was Tokuma Ide. Everybody called him Ledger. He had a quirk that let him remember every number he had ever seen, which is a garbage quirk for a hero, and an incredible one for a man who owns people. Izuku walked in wearing a black hoodie and a cheap plastic mask he'd bought at a festival stall. White, blank, one crack across the cheek. He was 5'2". Ledger looked up from his book, looked him over, and said, "Go home, kid. Put me on the card. Go home. Put me on the card and I'll fight too." Ledger's pen stopped. Izuku fought too. They were 19 and 23, and one of them could turn his forearms into blades. It lasted 11 seconds. He didn't take a hit. That was the thing. Not one. The gold hummed in his skull, and every swing arrived pre-announced, and Izuku ducked and rolled and came up under the ribs of a man twice his size and hit him so hard the man's feet left the floor. 400 people went absolutely silent. Then Izuku turned to the cage wall, put both hands on the chain link, and climbed it. Upside down. Stuck to the ceiling of the cage by his palms, mask hanging in the middle of the air, looking down at the last conscious fighter. "Hi," he said. The kettle lost its mind, and the boy in the cracked white mask made 90,000 yen in a single night. He was good at it. That's the ugly truth. He was better at it than anything he'd ever done. He came back every Friday for 8 months. He never gave a name. Ledger's book listed him only as nobody, and that's what the crowd screamed when he came down the ramp. No Bodwai. No Bodwai. He learned how to take a hit from a guy who could throw lightning. He learned how to fight 3 people in a confined space. He learned that his webbing could shut down a quirk faster than a punch could. And he learned exactly how much force a human jaw could absorb before something in it stopped working. And he learned that he did not care very much about that number. He gave the money to his mother in an envelope and told her it was from a part-time job at a repair shop. She believed him because she wanted to, and because the electric bill had gotten scary, and because his father had been picking up double shifts for 4 months and coming home gray. Hisashi Midoriya worked maintenance on the industrial boilers at the Ayame heating plant. Big hands, bad back, a laugh you could hear through a wall. He was the kind of man who fixed the neighbor's dryer for free and then stayed for a beer and stayed for dinner and came home at 11 smelling like somebody else's kitchen. He knew about the powers. Izuku told him in week 2, because there was never a version of Izuku that could keep something that huge from his father. Hisashi had sat down on the couch, looked at his son sticking to the ceiling, and said, "Well, that's your mother's side." And then, later, on the balcony, with the city going orange behind him, "You know what scares me about this kiddo? Not the falling, not the villains." He tapped the rail. "It's that the world's about to start telling you that you can do whatever you want, and it'll be right. That's the scary part." Izuku, 14 and full of himself and immortal, said, "So?" Hisashi looked at him a long moment. "So with great power, there must also come great responsibility." Izuku laughed at him, genuinely laughed. "Dad, that's a fortune cookie. It's the truth. It's a poster. It's the truth on a poster." Hisashi flicked his son's ear, which is the worst place for it. Nobody reads posters. Izuku forgot the conversation in about 4 days, the 19th of February, a Friday. It was raining because of course it was. Izuku had just cleared a purse-snatching charge off his conscience by not being anywhere near it, which is to say he had come out of the kettle at 11:20 p.m. With 140,000 yen in his hoodie pocket, a split lip he was proud of, and the specific arrogance of a 14-year-old who has spent 3 hours being worshipped by 400 adults. The alley behind the kettle ran out to Nishimura Street. There was a pawn shop on the corner with a rolling gate and a night guard named Kubo, who was 61 and had a bad hip and had been doing that job for 19 years. Izuku was halfway down the alley when a man came out of the pawn shop's side door at a dead sprint with a canvas bag under his arm. He was maybe 25, skinny, cheap jacket, face like a scared animal. He shoved the guard so hard the old man went down on the wet concrete, and then he ran directly at Izuku, because Izuku was standing between him and the street, and the gold flared in Izuku's head, and the whole thing laid itself out like a diagram. 2 steps left. Web the ankle. Half a second. He goes down on his face and he doesn't get up. Half a second. That's what it would have cost. Izuku Midoriya stepped aside. The mugger blew past him close enough to knock his shoulder, and the wet slap of his shoes faded out into the traffic on Nishimura. And it was over. Behind him, the guard was struggling up onto one elbow. Kid, you saw him! You were right there! Why didn't you?" Izuku turned around. He had a plastic festival mask in his pocket and money in his hoodie, and 8 months of being untouchable in his blood. And he looked at a 61-year-old man lying in the rain and did the coolest thing he could think of. He shrugged. "I missed the part where that's my problem." And he walked home. He was in a good mood the whole way. He remembers that. He remembers stopping at a vending machine and getting a melon soda and drinking it under the awning, and he remembers thinking about a rematch, and he remembers being happy. He turned onto his own street at 11:52 p.m. There were 4 police cars. There was yellow tape across the mouth of the parking lot 2 blocks from his building, and there were flares burning red in the rain, and there were people from his building standing on the sidewalk in pajamas with their hands over their mouths, and there was a paramedic crouched by the back doors of an ambulance that had its lights on and its engine off, which even at 14, Izuku understood meant nobody was in a hurry anymore. And there was his mother. Inko Midoriya was on her knees on the wet pavement in her house slippers, and an officer had both hands on her shoulders. And she was making a sound Izuku had never heard a human being make. He remembers the sheet. It was that pale institutional blue, and the rain had soaked it flat, and it was the shape of a man he had hugged that morning, and one work boot was sticking out from under the edge of it. He knew the boot. He had knocked the mud off that boot with a stick when he was 9. The story came together in pieces over the next hour, from officers who talked over his head like he wasn't there. Hisashi Midoriya finished his shift at 11:15. He walked from the plant to the lot where he parked the family's 12-year-old Toyota, because parking at the plant cost money. There was a man there trying to get into a car, the wrong car, somebody else's car, a stranger's. And Hisashi, who was the kind of man who fixed the neighbor's dryer for free, said, Hey, what are you doing?" And the man had a gun, and the man was already running from something, and the man panicked. 2 shots. 1 in the shoulder, 1 under the collarbone. He was on the ground for 6 minutes before anyone came out of the building. He was gone before the ambulance turned onto the street. The carjacker ran. Nobody got a face. There was 1 camera on the lot, and it had been broken since November. Izuku Midoriya stood in the rain in a hoodie with 140,000 yen in the pocket and could not make his lungs work. He didn't sleep for 4 days. He also didn't cry, which frightened his mother more than anything. He sat in the kitchen with his father's toolbox open on the table and put every single tool back in the exact right slot, and then took them all out and did it again. And when Inko put a hand on his back, he said in a voice with nothing in it, "I'm going to find him." He had advantages. The police did not. He could be on a roof at 3 a.m. He could hang outside a 4th-floor window and listen to a conversation happening inside it. He could climb a wall next to a broken camera and see the alley the camera didn't cover, and find the cigarette butts and the size 9 footprint in the dried mud, and the drop of blood on the fence where somebody had gone over it in a hurry with an injured hand. An injured hand. Like from a fall. Like from being shoved off balance by a guard. Izuku didn't put that together. His brain wouldn't let him. It took him 9 days. He worked it like an analysis notebook. The pawn shop robbery in the same district on the same night. The police radio chatter he could hear from the roof of the precinct. The fence in Tekai, the pawnbroker 3 wards over who bought stolen jewelry and paid in cash and talked too much. He followed a chain of stupid, careless people to a 5th-floor apartment in a building with a dead elevator in Aoyagi, and at 2 a.m., on the 10th day, he pulled the sliding balcony door off its track with 1 hand and walked into the bedroom of the man who killed his father. The man came awake and went for the pistol under his pillow. Izuku webbed his wrist to the headboard before his fingers closed on it. Then the other wrist. Then both ankles. It took under 2 seconds. He hadn't planned it. His body did it while his mind was somewhere else. The man thrashed and screamed, and Izuku turned on the light. And then Izuku Midoriya stopped breathing, because he knew that face. Skinny, 25, face like a scared animal, exactly the same, precisely the same as it had been coming out of a pawn shop side door at 11:20 on a rainy Friday, close enough to knock Izuku's shoulder as it went past. The same man, the same night. 11 minutes and 2 blocks, half a second. Izuku's knees hit the floor. He was 14 years old, and he was kneeling on the carpet of a stranger's bedroom with his hands on the floor and something opening up inside him and that had no bottom to it. And it wasn't grief. Not yet. It was math. It was the worst arithmetic a human being has ever done, and it went like this. He shoved the guard. He ran past me. I had him. I stepped aside because I wanted to look like somebody who didn't care. He ran 2 blocks. My father asked him what he was doing. I killed my father to look cool in front of a security guard. The man on the bed was babbling. Listen, I didn't mean to. The guy came at me. He came right at me. It was an accident. Izuku stood up. He picked the man up off the bed by the front of his shirt with one hand, and the webs tore out of the headboard, and he put him against the wall so hard the drywall cratered and the window in the next room rattled in its frame. He did not remember making that decision. He remembered his fist going back. He remembered the sound the man made, a high, thin sound that wasn't a word. He remembered how easy it would be. He knew the number. He'd learned it in the kettle. He knew exactly how much force a jaw could take, and he knew exactly how much he had. And the difference between the two was so wide, it was almost funny. His arm was shaking. His whole body was shaking. He was crying now. Finally, huge and ugly and silent. And the man against the wall was crying too. And outside a train went by, and in the middle of all of it, in the hollow place where nothing else was left, Izuku heard his father's voice. Not a ghost, not a vision, a memory on a balcony with the city going orange. It's that the world's about to start telling you that you can do whatever you want. And it'll be right. That's the scary part. So with great power, there must also come great responsibility. Izuku had laughed at him. He had stood on that balcony and laughed in his father's face at the last, best, only thing that man ever tried to hand him. The fist came down. Izuku Midoriya set the murderer of his father on the floor, wrapped him in webbing from the shoulders to the ankles, stuck him to the ceiling of his own bedroom so he couldn't reach the door, and put the pistol in a web ball where nobody could touch it. Then he called the police from the man's own phone and said, Ryota Kanda, 5th floor, 504, Aoyagi Heights. He shot a man in the Ayame plant lot on the 19th. The gun's in the corner. Please hurry, I don't know how long the webbing holds. Then he went out the window and up onto the roof, and he sat down in the rain, and he made a sound that a neighbor 2 buildings over described to police as an animal. He stayed up there until the sun came up. He came home at 7 in the morning, soaked, gray, 14. His mother was in the kitchen where she had been all night. He said, Mom, I have to tell you something, and you're going to hate me. And he told her all of it. The kettle, the money, the mask, the alley, the shrug, the line. Every word of it out loud, with nothing shaved off to make it hurt less, which is the single bravest thing he had done in his life up to that point, and possibly since. Inko Midoriya listened to the whole thing without moving. Then she came around the table and put her arms around her son and said, into his hair, You are going to carry this. I can't take it off you. I would if I could. Her hands closed in the back of his shirt. So you'd better build something with it, baby. Because I refuse to bury 2 people. The suit took 4 months. He built it out of guilt in a sewing machine and 11 notebooks of stolen textile science. Ripstop shell over a compression layer. Impact gel across the ribs and forearms. He tore apart 3 motorcycle helmets to get the polycarbonate right for the lenses, and he built the lens shutters out of camera irises so they could narrow when he focused, because his new eyes took in too much light and too much detail, and the mask needed to help him filter it, red and blue. He tried black first. He looked at himself in the mirror in the black one for a long time and then cut it up with scissors because black is what you wear when you're hunting. And he was never doing that again. Red and blue, so people could see him coming. Webbing lines across the shell, because a spider is what he was. And on the chest, in black, a spider. Wide legs, simple. He drew it 40 times before he got one that looked like a warning and a promise at the same time. The last thing he built was the hardware. Because his organic shooters were incredible, and they were also one thing. A rope is a rope. So Izuku Midoriya, who had been taking apart rice cookers since he was 6, engineered a pair of low-profile modules that clamped over his forearms and fed off his own web fluid, cycling it through pressure chambers and shaping the output on the way out. He filed the housings out of aluminum with a hand tool in his bedroom. He blew out 3 prototypes. He put a hole in his ceiling and a hole in the neighbor's fence and a hole in his own hand. By August, he had 4 settings and a bad relationship with sleep. Web bombs, a compressed capsule that burst on contact and wrapped a 2-meter radius in silk. Impact webs, a hardened slug that hit like a hammer and pinned whatever it hit to whatever was behind it. Ricochet webs, a dense, high-tension ball that bounced off 3 surfaces and came back with more energy than it left with. Web grenades, the loud option. He used them twice in his life and regretted both. And in his body, under all of it, humming in his nerves since the 7th day of the fever, there was the current. He found it by accident, wringing out a wet shirt in the bathroom when the sink light popped and the mirror sparked and every hair on his arm stood up. The spider had been laced with bioconductive compounds, and the bite had wired his entire nervous system like a capacitor. He could bank charge, he could hold it, and he could put it somewhere. Concentrated in a fist, it went through armor, through muscle, through insulation, and turned a person's own nervous system against them. Released outward in a pulse, it dropped everything in a 5-meter circle. Fired down a web line, it turned silk into a cable, and whatever was on the other end into a lamp. He called it the Venom Blast because it came from the same place the rest of it did. On the last Saturday in August, Izuku Midoriya climbed out of his bedroom window at 9 p.m. in a red and blue suit, stopped a bag snatching in front of the Nishimura station in 11 seconds, handed the bag back to a woman who screamed at him, and said the words for the first time. Sorry, it's fine. I'm friendly neighborhood. He looked down at his own chest. Spider-Man. Let's go with Spider-Man. Then he shot a line at a lamppost and fell off a building, trying to swing and hit an awning, and got up and did it right the second time. Over the next 8 months, Musutafu got weird. Convenience store holdups ended with the robber hanging from a traffic light. A truck full of stolen medical supplies came to a stop because someone had webbed the drive shaft. A missing 6-year-old came home on the shoulders of something that walked on the sides of buildings, wearing a spider mask and a paper crown from a fast food kids meal, singing the theme song from a cartoon she liked, badly, in the wrong key. The pros didn't know what to make of him. There were 4 separate warnings about unlicensed vigilantes issued that year, and every one of them was followed, 4 days later, by a clip of him doing something impossible. And Inko Midoriya stopped waiting up, then started again, then made a rule, text me when you're on the roof. He texted her every night for the rest of the story. The morning of the UA entrance exam, 200 applicants stood in an auditorium, listened to President Mike scream at them about the practical portion, and every single one of them was doing the thing you do when you're 15 and terrified. Sitting up too straight, hands folded, jaw tight, running the same panicked loop, Izuku Midoriya was drawing the battle center on the back of his exam printout. He had it half done before Mike finished the introduction. Elevated highway on the east side of Battle Center B, 31 meters, load-bearing, good anchor. 6 radio towers, 3 collapsed apartment structures with exposed rebar he could grab. The wide plaza in the middle with nothing to swing from at all, which he circled and labeled Death Zone, walk it. Beside him, a girl with brown hair and round cheeks leaned over and looked at the drawing. Is that the course? Probably. He kept sketching. They reused the exterior geometry from the 2011 renovation for 2 of the 6 centers, and they've never bothered to change the tower placement, so yeah, probably. She stared at him. How do you know that? Old license exam broadcasts. There's 40 years of footage on the UA archive channel and nobody watches it. It's the best free education in Japan. He glanced up. His pencil stopped for a second, which was not a thing that happened often, and it happened because she was smiling at him. Hi, Izuku. Ochako. She pointed at the circled area. What's that? That's where I get punched. She laughed. Somewhere behind them, a boy with rectangular glasses and a spine like a flagpole stood up and told them both to be silent because someone here is trying to focus. And Izuku said, sorry. And Ochako said, sorry. And they both spent the next 30 seconds fighting a laugh like two kids in the back of a church. He gave her the drawing. Take it, he said. You'll be faster than me on the towers anyway. You've got a gravity thing, right? You were floating your bag off the bus. Her mouth opened. How did you? Start! 200 applicants did not move. Present Mike's voice came down over the loudspeakers like weather. What's wrong? There's no countdown in real life. Go! 200 applicants exploded through the gates. Izuku Midoriya went straight up. He fired a line into the underside of the elevated highway 31 meters overhead, and the applicants around him watched a rope of white silk leave a 15-year-old's wrist, go taut, and yank him off the ground like a bungee cord in reverse. He cleared the wall of the battle center at 60 kilometers an hour. Then he let go at the top of the arc, and for a moment he was just hanging up there in the morning air over a fake city. Arms out, feet loose, 40 stories of nothing under him, and he saw the whole board, 11 one-pointers in the north corridor, moving in a patrol loop, two two-pointers by the fountain, back to back, blind on the left. Spidey, a three-pointer coming out of the plaza, already tracking movement below. He came down on the three-pointer like a dropped anvil, both fists through the sensor housing. It folded. He rode it to the pavement, hopped off, spun, and put an impact web into the shoulder joint of the second one before it finished turning around. The slug hit, hardened, and pinned its own arm to its own chest, and the robot fell over, and Izuku was already gone. 6 points in 4 seconds. An applicant named Yuga Aoyama, standing in the middle of the road, said, "Excusez-moi, what?" and got hit by a one-pointer. Izuku went through Battle Center B like weather with a personality. He swung the length of the north corridor in 3 arcs, and every time he passed a robot, he left something behind. A web ball across the optics, an impact slug in a knee, a thumb-sized charge of current on the casing that popped every circuit inside. He wall-crawled up a burned-out apartment block, ran along the ledge on all fours, dropped into a stairwell, came out of a third-story window backwards holding a one-pointer by the head, and threw it 40 meters into 2 others. He talked the entire time. Nobody had asked him to. Morning. Sorry. Coming through. You're doing great, buddy. Genuinely. Oh, that's a bad blind spot. They really should fix that. He kicked off a wall, flipped, and pulled a two-pointer's arms off. 15, 16, somebody keep count for me, I'm losing track. Up in the observation room, 7 of the most powerful people in Japan watched a monitor with their mouths slightly open. Who is that? Said Midnight. Applicant 324, said Ectoplasm, checking a tablet. Midoriya, Izuku, quirk registered as... He paused. Nothing. There's nothing on file. Family registry lists him quirkless at the 4-year evaluation. Nezu, principal of UA High School, sipped his tea and did not look away from the screen. He registered his quirk as Spider 6 months ago, Nezu said. 1 word, no documentation. There's a paper trail out of the Shirokane Genome Institute I've been reading for a month, and it makes for a very interesting evening. He set the cup down. Keep watching, please. He hasn't done the thing yet. What thing? He hasn't decided to protect anybody. That's the only part of an exam that matters. Aizawa Shota, arms crossed, watched applicant 324 swing over the entire Death Zone plaza without touching the ground once and said, "He's going to be a problem." Oh, tremendously, said Nezu, delighted. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Izuku hit 58 points and started running out of robots. He was crouched on a radio tower catching his breath. Actually catching his breath. His lungs burned, the suit was soaked, and he was grinning like an idiot inside the mask. When the ground moved. Then it moved again. Then a building at the end of the boulevard came apart from the middle. The 0-pointer stood up out of the wreckage of 2 city blocks, and its shadow went over everything. It was as tall as an office tower. It had treads the size of houses and a chest cavity like the mouth of a tunnel, and when it took its first step, the concrete under it turned into powder, and the entire testing ground went from a competition to an evacuation in 1 second flat. Applicants ran. All of them, everywhere, instantly, and nobody should be embarrassed about that. Izuku stood up on the radio tower and did the thing that made him the most dangerous person at high school that year. He looked for whoever wasn't running. He found her under 9 tons of collapsed facade in the middle of the boulevard. Ochako Uraraka had been 3 floors up on a 2-pointer when the tower came down. Her leg was pinned under a slab of concrete. Her quirk needed her fingertips on an object, and she had used it 4 times in 6 minutes, and her hands weren't working. And her head was full of static. She looked up at a machine the size of a building and saw its fist come off the ground. She saw the fist stop. Not slow down. Stop. There was a boy standing over her in red and blue with both arms up. He had come out of the sky at 110 kilometers an hour on a line anchored to the highway, and he had let go at the perfect moment. And he had landed in the impact zone with his feet spread and both palms open, and 800 tons of hydraulic steel had come down into his hands. The street broke under him in a circle. It cracked outward in long white lines through the asphalt, one to the sidewalk, one to the drain, one all the way to the fountain, and in the observation room, somebody's tablet hit the floor. Izuku's arms locked. His elbows screamed. His knees dropped 4 inches into a crater that was forming under his own feet, and the gold blazed around his head like a struck bell, and he held it. He held it. "Okay," he said through his teeth, to 800 tons of machine, so we're both having a bad morning. He looked down. Between his boots, there was a girl with a pinned leg and her eyes the size of dinner plates. "Hi, Ochako, right? Don't move, don't help, this is gonna get loud." And then Izuku Midoriya let go of everything he was holding back. He dumped every volt in his body up through both arms at once. 8 months of learning how to bank charge, the whole reserve, all of it, straight into the hydraulic joint pressed against his palms. Gold light climbed the 0-pointer's arm like a fire going up a fuse. It went through the wrist actuator. It went through the shoulder relay. It found the central bus and rode it into the chest cavity. And inside that cavity, there was a core the size of a car. And the core took a surge. It was never built to take, and the entire machine screamed in a language made of blown capacitors. Every light on it went out at once. The fist came apart in Izuku's hands. He didn't watch. He was already moving. He grabbed the slab off Ochako's leg with one hand, threw it, fired a line into her jacket, and pulled, and yanked her 30 meters down the boulevard into his arms as the entire arm of the 0-pointer came down and made a new canyon out of the street where she'd been lying. The dust went up 200 feet. Every camera in Battle Center B whited out. When it cleared, the biggest machine UA High School had ever built was a dead hill of scrap. And in front of it, in the middle of a spiderweb crater, a 15-year-old boy was standing very still. Then his shoulders came up around his ears. "Oh," said Izuku Midoriya. He put one hand on the small of his back. "Oh. Oh no." He tried to straighten and made a sound like a door in a horror movie. "My back. Oh, my back." Ochako Uraraka, who had been pinned under 9 tons of building 90 seconds earlier and rescued from a 200-ton falling arm 60 seconds after that, sat in the middle of the street and stared at the boy who had caught a building with his hands. He was hobbling. He was hobbling in a small circle with one hand pressed to his lower spine and the other one out for balance. And he was going, "Ow, ow, ow," in the exact voice of a man who has been on a ladder all weekend. She laughed. It came out of her before she could stop it. A huge, wild, unhinged laugh, half hysteria and half joy, and she couldn't breathe. And she couldn't stop, and there were tears coming out of her eyes, and she was pointing at him, which made it worse. 40 applicants had stopped running. All of them were staring. Izuku looked around at them and tilted his masked head. "What?" He gestured at himself. Aggrieved. "I'm growing." That, more than the robot, more than the crater, more than the 800 tons, is the moment Ochako Uraraka decided she was going to know this person for the rest of her life. An old woman in a nurse's outfit came out of nowhere on a walking stick, took one look at the crater, took one look at the boy hobbling in it, and said, "Sit down before I make you." "I'm fine. Sit." He sat. Recovery Girl checked his hands and made a face like she'd bitten a lemon. Both palms were split, every knuckle was swollen. There were hairline fractures in 4 fingers and a compression injury in his spine that would have put an adult in traction, and he had been walking around on it complaining like a retiree. "You caught it," she said flatly. It was going to land on her. "There are 200 applicants here who did not catch it." "Yeah, well." Izuku pulled his mask up off his mouth and grinned at her, and it was a 15-year-old's grin, crooked and tired. "They're gonna be fine. Nobody was under them." Recovery Girl looked at him for a moment. Then she kissed his forehead, and the healing went through him like a hot bath, and she said, "To nobody. Another one. Nezu's going to be insufferable." 10 days later, a letter came to a small apartment in Musatafu. Izuku opened it on the kitchen floor with his mother leaning over his shoulder, and a projection lit up the wall. All Might, of all people, mid-pose, mid-shout, standing in front of a scoreboard. "Izuku Midoriya, you scored 58 villain points." 58, Izuku said. "I knew it. I said 58, which would already be a record." All Might flung an arm out. "But," the scoreboard changed. Rescue 75. "There is a second scoring category you were never told about," All Might said, and his voice dropped into something warmer. "Because a hero course cannot be filled by people who only know how to break things. Young Midoriya, you put yourself under a falling machine for a girl you had spoken to for 90 seconds. A beat. 75 rescue points. 133 total. First place by margin this school has never recorded." Inko Midoriya made a sound into her hands. "Welcome, said All Hero Academia." Izuku sat on the kitchen floor and looked at the wall for a long time. Then he got up, went out onto the balcony where the city was going orange, and stood at the rail in the exact place a man used to stand. "Hey, Dad," he said. "Guess what?" Class 1A, first day. Izuku Midoriya walked into a room with 20 desks and read all 19 of the other people in it inside 40 seconds. Because that's what he did now. He couldn't turn it off. He hadn't been able to turn it off since the fever. Glasses, front row, spine like a ruler, engines in the calves. He's the one who yelled at us in the auditorium. He's going to apologize. Look at him. He's building the apology right now. Explosion kid. Back by the window. Feet on the desk. Yeah. Of course. Half and half by the wall. Burned scar over the left eye. Holding his own left arm at the wrist like it's someone else's. That's not a fighting stance. That's a habit. Something happened to him. Bird head. Actual bird head. That's amazing. Frog girl. Tape elbows. Tail. Belly button laser, which I have questions. 6 arms. Invisible girl currently sitting on a desk that isn't hers. And the tall one with the ponytail is reading her own textbook 2 months ahead, which means she's either brilliant or terrified, and I'd bet both. "You!" Tenya Ida arrived at his desk at speed and bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. "I owe you an apology. I mistook your discussion for idle talk when in fact you had performed reconnaissance, and I, Tenya Ida, was wrong. It's fine." "It is not fine. It's super fine. And also please look at the door." There was a yellow sleeping bag in the doorway. It stood up. There was a man in it. Aizawa Shota unzipped himself, walked to the front of the class, and drank from a juice pouch while 20 teenagers processed their own mortality. "I'm your homeroom teacher. Get into your gym uniforms and get outside. Quirk apprehension test." "But it's the first day," Mina Ashido said. "Isn't there an orientation? A ceremony?" "There is," Aizawa said. "It's boring and I've canceled it. Move." On the field, he ran them through 6 events and made the entire class feel like a rounding error. And at the end of it, he did the part everyone remembers. Whoever comes last is expelled. 20 faces went white. 19, actually. Izuku Midoriya laughed out loud. Aizawa's eyes came around him with the slow, terrible interest of a cat noticing a new noise. "Something funny, Midoriya?" Sorry. Izuku wiped his eye. "It's just, you don't have expulsion authority for a first-week diagnostic. It's in the UA Charter, Article 9, Section 4. Expulsion requires a documented pattern or a safety incident and the sign-off of 2 department heads. You've got one," he shrugged. "It's a great bluff, though. Genuinely. Half of them are gonna throw up." There was a silence on the field so complete that a crow flying overhead felt awkward about it. Aizawa Shota stared at the smallest kid in his class. And then, for the first time in 11 years of teaching, he smiled, which frightened the students far more than the threat had. "Softball throw," he said. "You're up. Show me something worth the paperwork." Izuku took the ball. He turned it over in his fingers. Then he wound up, planted, and threw it with a body that could hold a zero-pointer. Every neck on the field snapped upward. The ball went up and did not come down. It went over the fence, over the trees, over the outer buildings of the UA campus, and out of the airspace of the school entirely. Aizawa's device beeped, hunted for a signal, and gave up. Error. Out of range. "Whoops," said Izuku Midoriya. Behind him, Katsuki Bakugo's hand started smoking. Battle trial. Day 3. 20 students in costume for the first time, standing in a concrete plaza at the edge of a fake city block, and All Might himself pacing in front of them like a man who had eaten a lightning bolt for breakfast. Indoor combat. 2-on-2. One team defends a payload, one team retrieves it. He held up 2 boxes. Teams and matchups by lot, because villains do not schedule themselves. Izuku pulled a ball out of a box. It said, "B Katsuki." Bakugo pulled a ball. It said, "B Bakugo" turned his head slowly and looked at the boy in red and blue who had thrown a softball into orbit 2 days ago and taken his spot at the top of the class without appearing to try. "Oh," Bakugo said. "Oh, this is good." "Team B is the villain team," All Might announced. "Guarding the payload on the 4th floor, and your opponents." He drew again. "Team D, Ida and Ashido, heroes." Izuku raised a hand. "Sir, am I on Bakugo's team?" "You are." "Can I get a different one?" 20 students snorted at once. Bakugo's palms popped. Here is where the story stops being canon, if it hadn't already. Because they got up to the 4th floor of that building, and Izuku Midoriya put the payload, a papier-mâché nuclear core the size of a beer keg, in the middle of the room, and started webbing the doorways shut, and Bakugo blew the first web off the door frame with a flick of his wrist. "Don't touch it. It's my building." Izuku stopped. He looked at Bakugo for a long second through narrowed lenses. "You're gonna go downstairs, aren't you? I'm gonna go find the 4 eyes and put him in the ground. We're the defenders. All we have to do is stand next to a thing for 15 minutes. I don't defend. Then we lose." "I don't lose." Yes, Bakugo's voice tore up out of his chest, and there it was. All of it. 15 years of it in one room. "You think you're something now? You think a bug bite makes you something? I've been better than you since we were 4 years old, and I am going to prove." Izuku Midoriya sat down on the payload. "Okay," he said. "Go." Bakugo blinked. "What?" "Go. Have a great time." Izuku waved him at the stairs. "I'll be here, sitting on the objective, winning." Bakugo went down the stairs, and Izuku Midoriya sat on a papier-mâché bomb for 6 minutes and 40 seconds, listening to the fight below through a floor he could feel vibrations through, and he narrated the whole thing to himself out loud because he was bored. And there's the first ambush. Oh, that's a good ambush, actually. Ida's fast, Bakugo went high. No, he went high. Why would you go high? This is a hallway. Downstairs, Mina Ashido put an acid slick across a corridor, and Katsuki Bakugo went through it at full speed and lost most of his left gauntlet's outer casing. And there's the acid. That's gonna sting. Upstairs, All Might and 19 students watched 2 monitors, one showing an explosive brawl on the 2nd floor, one showing a boy in a red and blue suit sitting on a fake bomb, swinging his legs. "Is he sleeping?" said Kyokajiro. "He's counting," said Momo Yaoyorozu, who had been watching him for 3 days and taking notes. "Look at his hand." Izuku's index finger was tapping his knee at exactly 1 beat per second. At 6 minutes 40, the gold flared in his skull. Izuku came up off the payload and was flat against the ceiling by the time Tenya Ida came through the door at 80 kilometers an hour. Ida crossed the room in a quarter of a second. He got both hands on the payload. He had it. He had won. And 9 strands of webbing came down out of the ceiling and glued him to the floor, the payload, and the wall behind him at the same instant. "Ida," Izuku said, hanging upside down 2 feet from his face. "Hi. Great entrance. Genuinely one of the best entrances I've ever seen. You have to work on the noise, though. I felt you coming through 3 floors. "Unhand me, villain! I'm not even holding you!" Then the wall exploded. Bakugo came through it. Not the door. The wall from the outside blasted up the side of the building on his own concussions, and he came into that room in a cloud of concrete dust, with his right gauntlet aimed and a scream in his throat, and he fired everything at the ceiling. Izuku wasn't there. He was behind him. Stop. Bakugo spun, fired again, hit an empty corner, spun again. Stop dodging! He whipped around one more time. Izuku Midoriya was hanging upside down from a single line in the middle of the room, arms folded at eye level 3 feet away. The room went still. Izuku tilted his head. His lenses ticked down a fraction, focusing, and he looked with genuine, honest, unfaked interest at the scorched, blown-out casing of Bakugo's right gauntlet, and the grenade pin release mechanism inside it, and the storage chamber, and the pressure vent. "You have a metal arm?" he said. Bakugo froze. "That is awesome, dude." He meant it. That's the thing that made it unbearable. There was no sneer in it. It was the same voice he used on a spider in a tank, on an old license exam broadcast, on his father's toolbox. Pure, uncomplicated nerd joy. That's a sequestered pressure store, right? You sweat nitroglycerin and it collects, so you're not limited by output rate anymore, you're limited by volume. Izuku laughed, delighted. That's so smart. Did you design that? Did support build it? That's genuinely brilliant, man. I want to look at the— Shut up! Bakugo fired point blank. Izuku dropped. He hit the floor in a crouch, and both hands came up, and he put one impact web into each of Katsuki Bakugo's gauntlets. The slugs hit at 70 meters a second and hardened in under a second, and Bakugo's wrists slammed down against the concrete floor with his own arms crossed under him and his knees buckled, and Katsuki Bakugo went down onto his front with both hands stuck to the ground. He thrashed. The webbing held. It was rated for 800 tons. He screamed and pulled and got nothing. His palms popped and blew smoke and blackened the silk, and the silk did not care. And Izuku Midoriya walked around in front of him and crouched down and put his forearms on his knees and tilted his masked head sideways. The lenses narrowed. "Look at little Goblin Jr.," he said. "Gonna cry?" The camera feed went to 19 students in an observation room. 19 students lost their minds at the same time. Oh my God. He didn't. He did. He said it. He said it to his face. What is Goblin Jr.? Why is that so mean? Why is it so mean? Denki Kaminari was on the floor. Hantasero had both hands over his mouth. Tsuyuasui said, "That was uncalled for," in a voice of pure joy. Shoto Todoroki, who had said 11 words in 3 days, watched the monitor with his head slightly tilted and something moving behind his eyes, and All Might, symbol of peace, stared at the screen with a whistle halfway to his mouth and said, "Young Midoriya, that's..." and then didn't finish the sentence because he was laughing. Izuku stood up. He walked to the payload. He put one hand on it, looked at the camera in the corner of the ceiling, and waved. "Villain team wins. Hero team," All Might's voice crackled in over the speakers, "is unable to continue. Villain team wins." It had taken 11 seconds from the moment Bakugo entered the room. Izuku cut Ida loose first, apologizing the entire time, and then had a 4-minute conversation with him about the exact torque of his engines that ended with Ida shaking his hand with both of his own and declaring him a magnificent tactician, which is a thing Tenya Ida had never said to a 15-year-old before. Then Izuku went back to Bakugo. Bakugo was still on the floor. He had stopped fighting it. He was face down on the concrete with both wrists pinned and his shoulders going up and down, and he wasn't screaming anymore, and that was much worse. Izuku knelt beside him and put a thumb against the base of each web slug where the solvent seam was and cracked them off in 2 motions. Bakugo's hands came free. He didn't get up. "Hey," Izuku said, "don't." It came out of the floor. "Don't you say one word to me." I wasn't going to say anything nice. Izuku sat back on his heels. "I was going to say that was the worst plan I've ever seen. You left the objective. You went down into an ambush corridor against a speed quirk and an acid quirk with no eyes on either of them. You blew half your gear on a wall." He shrugged. "You're strong. Genuinely, you're one of the strongest people in that class. You just fought like somebody who's never been scared before, and I don't think anybody in your life has ever told you that." Bakugo's head came up off the concrete. There was something in his face that his classmates had never seen and never would again. Not rage. Something under the rage. Something raw. "You think that mask makes you?" I think I got bit by a spider, Izuku said, and you got a lottery ticket at 4 years old and neither one of us earned a damn thing. He stood up and offered his hand down. So let's both go earn something. Get up. Bakugo did not take the hand. He got up on his own, and he shoved past Izuku's shoulder on the way to the door, hard enough to have knocked him over a year ago, and it did nothing at all. And that was the part that stayed with him. But he stopped in the doorway. Midoriya. Yeah, down in the corridor. Bakugo's jaw worked. The acid thing. I went high because the floor was slick and I couldn't get grip. Izuku's lenses came up. That's a real answer, he said, surprised. That's a good answer. Yeah, well, Bakugo went out. Next time I'll blow the floor out from under you instead. He didn't slam the door. 19 students would spend the next week arguing about whether that counted as a truce. It did not. It was something better and more dangerous than that. It was the first time in his life Katsuki Bakugo had ever been taught. 2 weeks later, they put Class 1A on a bus to a domed rescue training facility called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, and Izuku Midoriya's spider sense started screaming before the bus doors opened. Not the sharp gold flash of an incoming punch. The other kind. The low, wrong, back-of-the-neck hum that his body had learned in Tekai and never fully unlearned. Something in this building is looking at you. He was off the bus first. He stood at the top of the entry stairs while 30 meters below him, the USJ opened out into 6 full-scale disaster zones, a flood zone with a sinking ship, a landslide zone of tilted concrete, a conflagration zone, a mountain zone, a squall zone, and a ruins zone made of collapsed apartment blocks. And he looked at every exit and every catwalk and every ventilation gap in the 200-foot ceiling, and he counted. Something wrong? Ochako asked, stopping beside him. How many staff should be here? I don't know. 6? There's 3. Izuku's head turned. And the entry gate powers out. 13 Ways, standing at the bottom of the stairs in a costume like a diving suit, was mid-sentence about the day's plan. The air in the middle of the plaza came apart. It opened as a hole, a swirling, spreading, black-purple wound in the space above the fountain. And a hand came out of it, and then another, and then 12, and then 40, and then a river of them. Huddle up and do not move. Aizawa's arm went out. Villains poured into the USJ. 68 of them, by the report afterward. 68 people from every hole in the country, brought here by a broker, and standing at the front of them, a pale young man with gray hair and a severed hand covering his face like a mask, scratching at his own throat with his fingernails, and beside him, a shape made of black mist with 2 yellow lights for eyes. So, the young man said in a voice like a cracked reed, All Might isn't here. He tilted his head at 20 teenagers on a staircase. That's fine. We'll kill some kids and see if that gets his attention. There is a version of this day where Class 1A gets scattered and terrified and spends 30 minutes surviving. That's the anime. Here's what actually happened. Izuku Midoriya said, "Everybody get behind Ida," and cracked his knuckles once. Then he was gone. Not ran. Gone. The air where he had been standing bent and closed, and there was nothing there. Light folding around a body that had learned to redirect it, chromatophore response wired into his skin by 16 spliced arachnid genomes, and 8 months of finding out what he could do in his bedroom mirror. No shimmer, no outline, nothing. Where did he? Kaminari spun. Move. Aizawa was already down the stairs, capture weapon out, going into 68 people alone, and in the shadowed spaces of the USJ, something started taking villains apart. Kento Watari had a quirk that turned his skin to slate. He'd been in 3 prisons. He was posted at the edge of the flood zone with his partner Mochi, a big man with an expanding mass quirk, and their orders were simple. Kill anyone who comes this way. Mochi said, "You hear something?" Watari said, "No." He turned around. Mochi was gone. Watari looked left, right, down. Then, because a part of his brain that had kept him alive for 31 years told him to, he looked up. Mochi was 11 meters overhead, hanging upside down from the underside of the flood zone's observation catwalk, wrapped from throat to ankles in white silk, thrashing, screaming through a gag of the same stuff, his expanding mass quirk going off inside the webbing and doing absolutely nothing except making him a bigger package. "Boss?" Watari said into his radio. "Boss, something's up here." A voice came from directly behind his ear, close enough to feel. Boss is busy, sweetheart. Watari's slate arm went through the space behind him and hit nothing at all. He got picked up by the back of the coat, thrown 8 meters into a concrete piling, and glued to it in 3 seconds flat. The last thing he saw was a lens, one white lens, floating alone in the air, tilted at him. 2 down, it said. 66 to go. 66? That's a lot of guys, man. Are you all getting paid the same? Because that seems like a really thin split. Then the lens vanished, and Watari was alone in the dark with a whimpering man hanging over his head. It got worse for them. It got so much worse. In the ruins zone, a group of 9 barricaded themselves in the shell of an apartment building and pointed everything they had at the door. They lost 4 men out the window. Not through the window. Out of it, one at a time, snatched off their feet by lines that came from angles that shouldn't have had anything to anchor to. A man named Nakashima was mid-word, we should split up and cover the... And then there was a sound like a whip, and he was 10 feet in the air going backwards, and the sentence never got finished. By the 4th one, the remaining 5 were screaming at each other. Where is it coming from? The roof! It's the roof! Shoot the roof! A man with a laser quirk fired a beam through the ceiling and blew a hole in the concrete overhead. The voice came from behind them, ground level, 10 feet away. Little to the left, buddy. They all fired at once. Every quirk in that room went off in the same direction. Fire, laser, a spray of hardened spines, and a shockwave that took out a load-bearing wall. The dust settled on nothing, and then the 5th man was gone. And then the 6th, and the last 2 stood back to back in a ruined room with their hands up, sobbing, and one of them shouted at the empty air, "We surrender, okay? Okay? We're done." See, now that's growth, Izuku's voice said warmly from the ceiling. That's real personal growth, and I want you to know I see it. They got webbed anyway. Up on the entry stairs, Class 1A was watching this happen on a facility monitor. Momo Yaoyorozu had cracked open, and the reactions were not what you'd call composed. There's another one, Mina pointed. In the water, look, look! That's 4 guys on that ceiling. He's not even visible, Kaminari howled. How is he not visible? Can he do that? Could he always do that? He could be here right now. That is a deeply upsetting thought, said Tsuyu. Ochako Uraraka had both hands pressed to her mouth and her eyes very wide, and she said into her palms in a voice nobody heard, "Oh no, I'm into this." Down in the plaza, Kurogiri the Warp Gate was having the worst professional day of his life. He had put 68 people in this building in a coordinated deployment, and in 9 minutes he had lost radio contact with 31 of them. Shigaraki, he said, and there was actual strain in his voice, which for Kurogiri was screaming, "Something is in the zones." The teacher's over there. Tomura Shigaraki jerked a thumb at Aizawa, who was in the middle of the plaza laying out 4 villains at once with a length of steel cloth and a look of pure irritation. The teacher is there. Something else is in the zones. Kurogiri's mist churned. It is taking them from above. Nobody has seen it. Then it's a kid. Shigaraki scratched his neck. It's a kid with an invisibility quirk. Kill it. I cannot kill what I cannot. Shigaraki's hand came up and rested on the container behind them. Fine, he said. Then let's get loud. The container came apart. The thing inside it stood up to 3 meters and kept going. Black skin over muscles stacked wrong. A beak where a mouth should have been. A skull that stopped halfway and left the brain out in the open, pink and pulsing, exposed to the air. Nomu, Shigaraki said, kill the erasure guy. It crossed 40 meters in under a second. Aizawa Shota got one arm up. It didn't matter. The Nomu hit him in the side and took him off his feet and into the concrete and drove him down through it. And the sound his shoulder made was a sound the students on the stairs would hear in their sleep for years. He tried to activate his quirk. The Nomu put a hand on the back of his head and pushed his face into the ground. You know what's funny, Shigaraki said, walking over, is he's not even the one The Nomu's arm came off Aizawa's head, not by choice. Something had pulled it. A line of white silk, thick as a wrist, ran from the Nomu's forearm out into the dark, and it went tight, and 40 tons of engineered muscle got yanked 4 feet sideways. Then the air over Aizawa's body bent and folded and became a person. Izuku Midoriya landed between Eraserhead and the Nomu in a crouch, one hand on the concrete, one arm still trailing web, and dropped his camouflage. Red. Blue. Black spider on the chest. The USJ went dead still for exactly 1 second. Every villain still standing turned to look. Up on the stairs, 20 students stopped breathing. Shigaraki's scratching hand stopped moving against his throat. Izuku stayed low. He looked at the Nomu, not at its face, at its build, at the stitched seams down the arms where flesh had been joined from different sources, at the impossible cross-section of the tendons, at the exposed brain sitting in an open skull cavity with nothing over it, at the way the muscle sat over the bone in layers that didn't belong to any animal on Earth. His mind was going 1,000 miles an hour and none of it showed. Multiple donors, he said. Grafted. That's not a quirk, that's a build sheet. His head tilted. Shock absorption, right? That's what all the layering's for. Kinetic dispersal through redundant tissue. Shigaraki stared at him. What? Izuku stood up. You know, he said, I'm something of a scientist myself. Then he moved. He came in under the Nomu's guard at a speed that made the students on the stairs flinch, planted both feet, and hit it in the sternum with a rising punch that carried every kilogram of a body that had held a 0-pointer. The impact made a sound like a car hitting a wall. The Nomu's chest caved 4 inches and then filled back out, and the shockwave went out through the plaza and cracked the fountain, and the creature slid 2 meters back on its heels. And then it looked down at its own chest and looked at him and did nothing else because it hadn't felt it. Yep, Izuku said. There it is. The Nomu swung. That fist should have removed his head. It moved so fast the air went with it, and it hit the concrete pillar behind where Izuku's head had been and took the pillar out of existence, and 100 tons of catwalk came down on top of both of them. Izuku was already on the ceiling. He came off it at a dive, hit the ground running on all fours, and started working. He put a web ball across the Nomu's eyes. It tore it off. It tore it off in a quarter second, which he'd expected, and while its hands were at its own face, he'd already put 4 lines around its right leg and anchored them to the base of the fountain. It stepped forward and went down onto one knee. He hit it in the exposed brain with an impact web. It reared back. Reaction, actual reaction, the first one, and Izuku Midoriya's lenses narrowed to slits. There we go, he said. Hi. Nice to meet the real you. Because here's what Izuku had figured out in the 4 seconds he spent looking at it. Shock absorption is a mechanical solution. It spreads force through tissue. It's incredible against a punch, against a fall, against a car, against All Might. It does absolutely nothing about electricity. Electricity doesn't care about muscle density. It follows conductivity, and it finds the wettest, saltiest, most conductive path available, and that path is nerve tissue. And the largest single piece of exposed nerve tissue in that building was sitting in an open skull with nothing over it at all. Okay, Izuku said, backing up, hands loose. Round 2. You're gonna hate this. The next 90 seconds were the hardest fight of his life to that point, and he never once looked like he was losing, which is a different thing from not losing. The Nomu tore the web off its leg and came at him, and he let it. He let it. He took it away from Aizawa and away from the stairs out into the ruins zone, and he used every wall in that fake city as a weapon and a road. He kicked off a fire escape and put both feet into the side of its head, and the impact took him 20 meters back into a brick facade and cracked 2 ribs, and he came out of the hole laughing. He caught its wrist mid-swing and redirected it into a support pillar, and 40 tons of momentum brought the whole 3rd floor down, and the Nomu came up out of the rubble like it was standing up in a swimming pool. It hit him once in the whole fight. A backhand that caught his shoulder and threw him through a water tower and into the side of a building 30 meters away. Up on the stairs, Ochako Uraraka screamed his name. Izuku came off that wall with blood in his mouth, both wrists up, and went back in. That's the spirit, he shouted. Come on, big guy. You want to know what I love about you? Genuinely. You don't talk. Everybody I fight talks. You just show up. It's refreshing. He got it into the mouth of the collapsed apartment block. He'd been building that for 90 seconds and nobody watching had any idea. Every line he'd fired that hadn't hit, every missed shot into a wall, a beam, a corner, was an anchor. There were 31 of them. The Nomu stepped into the middle of them, and Izuku Midoriya hit the ground behind it, grabbed the 2 thickest cables in both fists, and pulled The web net came up out of the rubble and closed around 40 tons of engineered muscle like a fist. Legs together. Arms crossed against its own chest. Head locked back, 31 lines went taut, and every single one of them held because it was the same silk that had held a zero-pointer's fist for 4 seconds. The Nomu strained. Concrete cracked where the anchors met the wall. 2 lines snapped. Izuku Midoriya was already walking up its chest. He put one hand on the top of the creature's skull, right at the edge of the bone, and the other on the wet pink surface of the brain itself, and he looked down into a face with nothing behind it. "Nothing personal?" he said. "Somebody did this to you." And he dumped everything. The venom blast went off with a crack that blew every window left in the ruins zone. Gold light climbed out of the Nomu's skull and ran down the whole body at once, through every nerve, along every graft seam, and the creature's arms and legs seized against the webbing with enough force to snap 4 more lines, and Izuku held on with one hand and kept pouring. 4 seconds. It felt like an hour. The suit's forearm sleeves burned through at the wrist. The concrete under them turned black in a circle. The Nomu stopped moving. Izuku Midoriya stepped down off it and stood there breathing. And then, because he was Izuku Midoriya, he webbed it to the 200-foot ceiling of the USJ with 12 separate lines and left it hanging over the plaza like a chandelier nobody asked for. Then he turned around and looked at Tomura Shigaraki. "Hi," he said. Shigaraki's hand was on his own neck. The scratching had gone deep enough to bleed. He was staring at the thing hanging from the ceiling, the thing they had built for months, the thing that was supposed to kill the symbol of peace, and then at a 15-year-old with a torn sleeve and blood on his chin. "That's not." His voice cracked in the middle. "That's not possible. It absorbs." "Force," Izuku said. "Yeah, it absorbs force great." He held up 2 fingers and gold arced between them, snapping. "Electrons aren't force. What are you?" Izuku Midoriya wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. "I'm the friendly neighborhood Spiderman," he said, "and you brought 68 guys into a school." Something happened to the air in the USJ. The entry doors came off their hinges. They didn't open. They left, both of them folding out into the plaza with a sound like a bomb going off in a bell, and the dust came in a wave, and in the middle of the doorway stood the tallest shadow in Japan. "Have no fear," said All Might. "I am here." And Izuku Midoriya, standing in a crater in a ruined plaza with 2 cracked ribs and a dead Nomu on his ceiling, put both hands on his knees and said, "Oh, now you show up." What All Might did in the next 40 seconds was not written down anywhere in this story because it doesn't need to be. Shigaraki got a hand on him. Kurogiri got a piece of him. They ran, both of them out through a portal, and the last thing Tomura Shigaraki saw before it closed was not All Might. It was a boy in red and blue standing under the corpse of his masterwork, waving at him. That image sat in Shigaraki's head for months. It sat there like a splinter. It went into the thing he became. The pros arrived at minute 14. 13 of them. They came in expecting a massacre and found 39 villains hanging from ceilings, catwalks, pillars, and one very confused tree. Individually wrapped, most of them still conscious, all of them crying. Snipe stood in the middle of the flood zone with his hat in his hand, looking up at 9 men hanging over the water like a mobile above a crib. "Somebody," he said, "explain this to me." "Kid did it," said Aizawa Shota, sitting on a broken step with an arm and a splint made of webbing, because Izuku had set the brake himself and wrapped it before the ambulance got in. The small one. Midoriya. By himself? He killed their weapon. Aizawa looked up at the ceiling, at the thing hanging over the plaza on 12 white lines. Then he apologized to it. Nezu came in last, walked the whole facility, looked at every single piece of it, and stood for a long time under the hanging Nomu with his paws folded behind his back. "Well," he said, "that's the end of that plan. Sir, everyone in this country is going to see this footage by tomorrow morning." Nezu's eyes glittered. The League of Villains attacked a school and lost to a first year in a homemade costume. He started walking. "I want the sports festival moved up. 2 weeks. Every camera in Japan on that boy on my field." Sir, that's incredibly irresponsible." "It's marvelous," said the principal of UA High School, the UA Sports Festival. 48,000 people in the stadium, 12 million on broadcast, and then 30, and then 60 because by the morning of the festival, a certain 9-second clip of a boy holding up a giant robot's fist had been playing on every network in the country for 2 weeks straight, and a certain 7-second clip of a Nomu hanging from a ceiling had been playing right after it. The whole hero industry had come to look at him. In the stands. Endeavor, arms crossed, flames off, watching the field like a man reading a contract. Best genist, Edge-a-shot, gang Orca. Fat Gum with a bucket of takoyaki. Sir Night-Eye in a private box, holding a notepad he did not write in for the first 2 hours, and in the tunnel, 21st years in gym uniforms, and one of them was doing stretches with his forehead on his knee like this was a track meet. Aren't you nervous? Ochako asked. Izuku looked up. About what? There's 48,000 people, Izuku. Yeah, but they're all on the same side of the wall as me. He straightened up. Hey, when we get to the cavalry round, don't team with me. Her face fell about 4 inches. What? Why? Because everyone in this tunnel is going to spend that entire round trying to take my head off, and I'd rather you weren't on the horse. He tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Also because you're going to beat somebody today, and I want it to count. If you win with me, you'll spend the rest of your life wondering. Ochako Uraraka went very red and punched him in the arm hard enough to hurt her hand. The first event was the obstacle race, 4 kilometers, outside the stadium and back in, all 20 classes on the same track. Present Mike's voice went up over 48,000 people. On your marks. Todoroki Shoto's hand hit the ground and put a wall of ice across the entire width of the tunnel mouth before the word "Go" finished. It was a beautiful move. It took out 60 runners. It was the single most effective opening in the history of the event, and it worked perfectly on every person who was planning to run on the ground. Izuku Midoriya went out over it on a web line anchored to the top of the tunnel arch. 48,000 people made a sound like a wave breaking. He's over it! Mike shrieked. He's over the ice. He's okay, so that's how that's going. The rest of the race is best described as a man taking a walk. There were 3 obstacles: the Robo Inferno, a canyon full of the same models from the entrance exam. Izuku went through it at ceiling height, using their own shoulders as anchor points. And behind him, 7 of them fell over for reasons that took the maintenance crew a day to understand. The Fall, a chasm crossed by tight ropes and pillars. Izuku crossed it in 2 swings and used the second one to pick up a girl from Class 1B named Itsuka Kendo, who had slipped off a rope, deposit her on the far ledge, and say, "You're good. Go!" before letting go of her, which cost him 9 seconds and put him back in 3rd place. He took first back at the minefield. He didn't cross the minefield. He crossed over it, and then, at the far edge, he turned around, planted a line, and fired a low arc web across the whole width of it, dragging the silk flat across the surface of the field, dredging up 18 mines and dumping them in a pile on the far side, away from everyone. 48,000 people watched a 15-year-old clear a minefield for the people behind him in the middle of a race he was winning. In the stands, Best Genist uncrossed his arms. Izuku Midoriya jogged the last 200 meters, crossed the finish line first by 51 seconds, and leaned back against the gate with his arms folded. Then, he watched the pack come out of the smoke. Todoroki, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Kirishima, a wild pileup of screaming teenagers hitting the last stretch, and cupped his hands around his mouth. Take your time. Bakugo's scream of pure rage was audible on the broadcast. Second, Todoroki. Third, Bakugo, who arrived airborne and swearing. Fourth, Fumikage Tokoyami. Fifth, to the absolute shock of the entire stadium and herself, Ochako Uraraka, who had floated a fallen chunk of the Robo Inferno and ridden it the last kilometer, and who came across the line screaming with her arms in the air and immediately threw up. Izuku held her hair back. Told you, he said. The cavalry battle is where the other schools stop being polite. 10 million points on Izuku Midoriya's head. Every team in that stadium doing the same math, and they were organized about it. That's the part nobody expected. Nato Monoma of Class 1B walked out into the middle of that field before the round started and made a speech, an actual speech, and put together a coalition, 5 separate teams, a formal alliance with signals and roles and a plan. The strategy is simple, Monoma announced. Nobody tries to take the headband. We ground him, cut every line, Blind him. He needs anchors and he needs sight, so we take both, and then Class 1B takes the 10 million and Class 1A can go cry into there. That's actually pretty good, said Izuku from directly behind him. Monoma made a sound like a kettle. Izuku's team was Momo Yaoyorozu, who had asked to be on it with a 5-page written proposal, Meizo Shoji, who had 6 arms and did not require convincing, and Kyoka Jiro, who had said, sure, and then spent 40 minutes working out a vibration signal system with him, because it turned out she could feel the ground the same way he could. Izuku rode on top. The whistle went, and 40 seconds later there was open war on the field. The coalition executed. They did. Monoma's plan worked exactly as designed. Kendo's giant hands cut the air where lines would go. A 1B student named Tsuburaba built solid air walls to kill Izuku's swing paths. Yosetsu Awase started welding the ground into a cage, and a support student from 1H fired a flare that put a light burst directly into Izuku's lenses. Izuku Midoriya could not see, could not swing, and was surrounded on 4 sides by 15 students working in concert. He laughed so hard he had to hold on to Shoji's shoulder. Okay, that's the best thing anyone's ever tried on me. Momo, ready. Give me the poles. Momo Yaoyorozu had spent 2 weeks reading everything ever written about arachnid adhesion and had come to a conclusion. The boy did not need anchors overhead. He needed anchors anywhere. She created 2 3-meter steel poles out of her forearms and threw them in the air. Izuku webbed them both and pulled and pole vaulted his entire team. The horse came off the ground. 4 people, 1,800 kilograms, arcing over a solid air wall and a welded cage, and Itsuka Kendo's enormous grabbing hands. And while they were airborne, Izuku fired 6 ricochet webs into the middle of the coalition. Ricochet webs bounce. They bounce off 3 surfaces and come back harder. 6 of them in a crowd of 15 people in a confined pocket of solid air walls. The coalition took itself apart. Headbands went everywhere. Tsuburaba's own wall bounced a web ball into the back of Monoma's head. 2 teams collided. Someone's horse fell over and the rider landed on Awase. Izuku's team came down in the middle of the wreckage, and Kyokujiro reached out and took 4 headbands off the ground without dismounting. Momo Yaoyorozu, an heiress who had never once raised her voice in public, screamed with joy. They finished first with 10,000 plus 3,780 points. Second place went to Team Todoroki. Third, in a genuine upset, went to Team Bakugo, who had spent the entire round refusing to chase Izuku and instead systematically destroying every other team on the field, which Izuku noticed, and which Izuku respected out loud on camera, which enraged Bakugo more than losing would have. Then, the brackets. 16 students. And because this is not the anime, the bracket did not go the way anyone remembers. Round 1. Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso of General Studies. Shinso's quirk was brainwashing by verbal response. Every fighter in the world beats themselves against it. All you have to do is answer him once. He looked across the ring at the most talkative person in Japan and smiled like a man who had already won. Hey, Shinso said. So, it's true you were quirkless until last year? Must have been hell being nothing for 14. Izuku Midoriya webbed his mouth shut. The buzzer had gone off 0.4 seconds earlier. Shinso got out 2 sentences because Izuku let him, and the web hit while the third was forming, and it wrapped from cheekbone to cheekbone and hardened. 48,000 people went silent, and then laughed so hard the broadcast had to lower the crowd mics. Shinso stood there with his mouth glued shut and his eyes enormous. Yeah, Izuku said, walking over. Sorry, I read your file. I read everybody's file, man. I've been reading files since I was 6. Araki tapped the side of his own head. You're going to be one of the scariest heroes in the country in 8 years. Genuinely. That's not a consolation thing. That's a real evaluation. He put a hand on Shinso's shoulder. But you're not scary today. Sorry. He picked him up and put him outside the ring. Shinso Hitoshi, mask of webbing over his mouth, stared at the boy who had beaten him in under a second and then complimented him for 40. He decided, right there, to transfer into the hero course. It took him 14 months. He made it. Round 1 continued. Ochako Uraraka versus Katsuki Bakugo. Everyone in that stadium wrote her off. All of them. Every commentator, every pro, 48,000 people. She lost. She lost after 4 minutes and 11 seconds. and she made him work for every one of them, and she went down with her hands up. She had spent 2 weeks preparing. She had taken a fistful of debris up into a cloud above the arena while pretending to stumble, and she had dropped it on his head in a meteor shower, and it had almost worked. Bakugo blew the entire storm apart with one blast, and the shockwave put her on her knees, and even then she got up twice. When she finally went down, Bakugo stood over her breathing hard with his gauntlet up and then lowered it and said, loud enough for the mics, "That was a real plan. That was it. That was the whole speech." From him, it was a coronation. Izuku met Ochako in the tunnel. She was crying and furious about crying. "I lost. You made the 5th strongest kid in this building sweat through his costume." He handed her a bottle of water. "Ochako, there are pros in that stadium writing your name down right now." "I lost. So did every single person who's ever gotten good at anything." He bumped her shoulder with his. "Come watch me hit somebody. It'll help. It always helps me." She laughed with her whole face wet and said, "You're so weird," and did not let go of his sleeve for a while. The bracket ran. Izuku over Shinso. Izuku over Mezzo Shoji in a fight that was nothing but grappling, no webbing at all because Shoji asked him to, and he said yes. And Izuku won on strength alone and shook his hand for 2 full minutes afterward. Izuku over Fumikage Tokoyami in a semifinal that turned into a genuine problem because Dark Shadow at full strength in a shaded ring is faster than a human being, and there were 4 of it. And Izuku beat it by running the fight into the middle of the arena at high noon, standing in the open sunlight and making Tokoyami come to him. "Sorry," he said when it was over. "I know that's cheap." "It is correct," said Fumikage Tokoyami, who had never in his life met anyone he liked more. On the other side, Todoroki over Sero. Todoroki over Kirishima in 11 seconds. Todoroki over Katsuki Bakugo in a semifinal that broke the arena floor in half and set a section of the stands on fire, and which Bakugo lost by 4 centimeters and 1 blown gauntlet, and which he would think about every day for the next 3 years. Final. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. The stadium was standing before either of them walked out. Todoroki came out of the tunnel and did not look at the crowd once. In the stands above him, a wall of fire sat in the shape of a man with his arms folded, and Todoroki Shoto's whole left side was as cold and unused as a locked room. Izuku Midoriya came out rolling his shoulder, pulled his mask down, and read every bit of that in 8 seconds. He hasn't used fire once. Not in the race, not in the cavalry, not against Bakugo, who nearly took his head off, and he still didn't. That's not a strategy. That's a promise he made to somebody, or against somebody. "Hey," Izuku said as they took their marks, "you okay?" Todoroki's eyes came over. "What? You've been holding your left arm all day. You do it when you're thinking. That's a... Start!" Todoroki Shoto did not use one hand. He used both. The glacier that came off that concrete filled the entire western half of the arena in under 2 seconds. 12 meters tall, a solid wave of ice with spires in it, and it came at Izuku like the side of a mountain falling over. 48,000 people got out of their seats. Izuku went up. He hit the top of the wave at its crest, ran 3 steps along the ridge, and then it was under him and around him, and he was in the middle of a landscape of ice with no walls to swing from, no ceiling, and no traction. Which is why Todoroki did it. "You have nowhere to anchor," Todoroki said, hand down, and a second wall came up behind Izuku to close the box. "It's over. Stay down and it won't hurt." Izuku Midoriya, standing on a slope of ice in the middle of a glacier, put both hands on the surface. Sede needs surface irregularity at the micron scale, he thought. Ice is smooth, but ice also melts, and a melted layer refreezes rough. He put a venom charge through both palms, and the ice under his hands hazed and steamed and refroze in a frosted crust. Then he stuck to it and ran up the wall on all 4s. The stadium screamed. He came over the top of Todoroki's own construction, webbed a hanging spire, tore it loose, 400 kilograms of ice on a line, and swung it around his body in a full circle and let it go. It went through the second wall like a wrecking ball. Todoroki got an arm up and threw ice at it, and the two collided in the middle of the arena, and the entire western half of the field turned into an exploding cloud of white. And out of that cloud came a boy in red and blue at ground level, hands down, sprinting. Todoroki froze the ground in front of him. Izuku flipped over it, Todoroki froze the air around him, and Izuku came through the spikes sideways with the gold flashing at his temple. Todoroki put up a wall and Izuku hit it and went through it, shoulder first in a spray of white. He got inside. He got a hand on Todoroki's collar. He didn't hit him. He held him there, one hand in his shirt, both of them breathing hard, 20 centimeters apart, in the middle of a broken arena, and 48,000 people leaned forward. Izuku Midoriya looked at the frostbite creeping up Todoroki's own right arm, his own arm, blue at the fingertips, shaking, and at the left hand that had not made heat in 10 years. "You're freezing yourself to death," he said. "You've used your right side 11 times today and your left side never. You're running one lung. Let go." "Who is he?" Izuku's head tilted a half degree. "The guy in the stands, the one you haven't looked at." Shoto Todoroki's face came apart for 1 second. "It's not your business." "Nope." Izuku's grip tightened. "But I'm gonna say it anyway, because somebody should have said it to me a year ago and nobody did." He leaned in. "If you keep nothing but hate in your heart, it's gonna consume you." Todoroki's breath stopped. "It's your power, man." Izuku let go of his collar and stepped back and spread his hands. "Not his. Yours. It came out of you. And you're standing in the biggest moment of your life so far with one hand behind your back because of a man who isn't even down here." His lenses narrowed. "Use it, or don't. But if you don't, then he wins today, and he wasn't even in the fight." Then he raised his fists. "Now come on. I want the real one." The stadium held its breath. Shoto Todoroki stood in the middle of a field of his own ice with his heart going like a hammer, and 18 years of a locked room in his chest, and somewhere above him in the stands, a man in a fire costume said out loud, "Shoto!" And Shoto Todoroki thought about his mother's hands. His left side ignited. It didn't come out gently. It came out like a wall going down. Flame roared up the whole left half of his body from ankle to shoulder, orange and then white at the edges, and the temperature in the arena went up 11 degrees in 3 seconds, and every piece of ice on the western side began to run. Steam came off the field in a curtain 40 meters high. Present Mike's voice broke completely. That's fire. That's fire. He's had fire the whole time. What? Midnight. What am I looking at?" In the stands, Endeavor was on his feet with both hands on the rail. In the tunnel, Ochako Uraraka had both hands over her mouth. And in the middle of a field of steam and melting ice, Izuku Midoriya's lenses ticked down to slits, and under the mask, he grinned. "There he is!" Todoroki came at him with fire and ice at the same time, left and right in a single motion. And for 8 seconds, the two of them fought at a level the UA Sports Festival had never recorded in its history. A 15-year-old throwing a flame wave that turned the arena into a furnace, and a 15-year-old moving through it with a gold halo around his head, reading every single strike a quarter second before it existed. Ice at the ankles. Izuku jumped it. Fire in a horizontal sheet. Izuku went under it flat on his back, sliding on meltwater. A pillar of ice from below. He rode it up. A firestorm from above. He went through it. Through the fire, straight through, because he'd fired 2 lines the moment Todoroki's shoulders set. One into the eastern wall of the arena, one into the western, and both of them were at full tension, and he was standing in the middle of a slingshot he'd built out of his own body. He pulled his knees to his chest. He let go. Izuku Midoriya came out of that slingshot like something fired from a gun. Both lines snapping loose behind him, and every volt of current left in his body came screaming up his right arm and gathered in his fist, and the gold light of it lit the steam from inside like lightning in a cloud. 48,000 people saw it happen at once. The punch came through the fire and hit Shoto Todoroki dead center. The sound went out of the stadium and came back off the far wall. The flames blew out in a ring. Todoroki left the ground, went 11 meters in the air, and came down 20 meters away, well past the boundary line, in the middle of a field of steam, out cold with his left arm still smoking. The gold flickered out. Izuku Midoriya landed on the wet concrete on both feet and immediately sat down. "Todoroki Shoto is out of bounds!" Midnight's voice cracked across the stadium. "Izuku Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival." The noise that came out of 48,000 people was recorded at 121 decibels. In the stands, Best Jeanist turned to Gang Orca and said, "I want him." Gang Orca said, "Everyone wants him." Sir Night-Eye wrote a single line in a notepad he hadn't touched in 2 hours, and the line said, "Not what I foresaw. Investigate." And Endeavor stood at the rail with his hands still gripping it, watching his youngest son get carried off on a stretcher with fire damage on his own left arm for the first time in a decade, and he did not say a word, and something in his face was not triumph. Izuku Midoriya got up when Todoroki did, 20 minutes later, in the medical wing. Todoroki was sitting on a bed with his left hand held out in front of him like a stranger's, turning it over. Recovery Girl had done the burns. The look on his face had nothing to do with burns. "It felt like mine," he said. "It is yours. You could have won that without saying anything." Todoroki looked up. "You'd already gotten inside, but now you had my collar. Why did you?" "Because it would have been a worse fight," Izuku said, "and because you looked like somebody I used to be." They stood on the podium an hour later. Bakugo took third and refused the medal, and then took it and glared at the sky. Tokoyami took second with his head high. And when All Might put the gold medal around Izuku Midoriya's neck and shouted his name at 48,000 people, Izuku turned to the crowd and found his mother in section 114 on her feet, screaming, with both hands in the air. He pointed at her. 48,000 people turned to look at a woman in a green cardigan who immediately covered her face. That clip got 80 million views by itself. 3 weeks later, they sent the class out on internships, and Izuku Midoriya went to a small agency in Hosu City because of a letter. He'd had 39 offers. Best Genist. Gang Orca. Endeavor, in an envelope with his own face on it, which Izuku laughed at for 4 straight minutes. Night-Eye in a letter with 3 conditions attached, which Izuku turned down for reasons he wrote down in a notebook and told nobody. He picked a 2-person agency in Hosu run by an underground hero called Wire Bell, because Wire Bell's letter had said, "I do stakeouts, missing persons, and disappearances. 6 people have vanished from my district in 9 months, and nobody in the top 10 has returned my calls. I have no merchandise, no cameras, and no budget. If you want to be famous, don't come." Izuku wrote back the same day. Ochako went to Gunhead. Ida went to Manual in Hosu, which mattered later. Bakugo went to Best Genist and hated it in a way that improved him permanently. Todoroki went to his father, and that is its own story. Hosu in the rain is a particular kind of place. Hosu at night in the rain in that year was the most dangerous city in Japan, and everyone in it knew it. Because of the hero killer. Stain had been operating for 4 years. 17 heroes dead. 23 paralyzed. He did not steal. He did not extort. He walked out of an alley, took your blood, took your body, and left you posed against a wall like a statement. And then he told the newspapers why. The pros hunted him with task forces and lost. Izuku Midoriya read every file Wire Bell had on him in a room over a laundromat for 6 nights straight. "You're going to find him," Wire Bell said on the 7th night. He was 51 and had a wire manipulation quirk and a face like a folded map. "That's what this is. You didn't come here for missing persons. I came here for both." "Kid," Wire Bell put down his tea. "I've buried 4 friends. 2 of them were better than me. He's not a bruiser. He's a technician. He doesn't fight you. He solves you." He looked at Izuku across the table. "If you find him, don't be brave. Be fast." The night it happened, Hosu was already on fire. That's the part the reports understate. The League had put 3 Nomu into that city as a diversion, and by 11 p.m., 6 wards were burning and every hero in the prefecture was in the street, and Izuku Midoriya was 3 blocks from the worst of it, pulling a family out of a collapsed noodle shop when his spider sense did something it had never done before. It went sideways. Not the sharp gold spike of a punch coming, a long, low, dragging pull off to the west like a hand on his sleeve. Something wrong down a street he wasn't on. He'd learned 2 things about his sense over 18 months. 1, it warned him about danger to him. 2, after Aoyagi Heights, after a bedroom and a headboard and a face he recognized, something in him had rewired. And now it also pulled at him when somebody else was about to become a body. He never proved it. He never talked about it. He just went every single time. He went west. The alley was 6 blocks off the main street behind a shuttered dry cleaner. Rain coming down hard enough to hurt. 1 security light with a bad ballast flickering. There were 3 people in it. A pro hero named Native on his knees against a wall, awake and completely paralyzed, blood on his chin. A boy in white and blue armor with engines in his calves, flat on his back, in 4 inches of water with his left arm opened from wrist to elbow, dragging himself toward a man's ankles with the only limb still working. And Stain. He was tall and lean and wrapped in stitched red rags and a shredded scarf, and there were knives on his belt and one in his boot and one in his teeth, and in his right hand he held a katana with the point resting on Tekelita's shoulder. "You came here for me," Stain said. His voice was low and worn and thoughtful. "You said my name like it was owed to you. That is the sickness. That is exactly the sickness." The point pressed down. "You are not a hero, boy. You are a man collecting a debt, and I do not let false heroes leave." "He killed my brother." Ida's voice tore. "He took my brother's legs. He took his life. Yes, Stain said, "and you came for revenge. So you are the same as me, and one of us has to be the honest one." He raised the sword. The katana left his hand. It went straight up out of his grip so fast his fingers were still closing on air, and it hit the fire escape 11 meters overhead and stuck there, wrapped in white silk, and Stain's head snapped back. There was somebody on the wall, not on the fire escape. On the wall, vertical brick, 4 stories of it, crouched flat against it above the security light with the rain running off a red and blue back and 2 white lenses catching the flicker. The lenses tilted. "Hey, buddy," said Izuku Midoriya, "didn't your mom teach you not to play with sharp objects?" Stain looked up at him. For a full 3 seconds, the hero killer looked up at a 15-year-old stuck to a brick wall in the rain, and something in his ruined face changed, and it was not fear. It was interest. "You," he said. "The spider. I saw the festival." "Everybody saw the festival, man. They ran it 40 times a day." "Swure. You told the boy with the fire to use what was his." Stain drew a knife from his hip, then another from his back. "You told him the truth in front of 40,000 people who did not want to hear it." His head cocked. "Perhaps I have finally met one." "Oh, we're not doing that." Izuku came off the wall. "I've read all your speeches and they're bad, genuinely. There's no thesis. You're 80% vibes." Stain moved. Izuku had fought a Nomu. He'd fought 40 men in a basement. He'd caught a machine the size of a building. He had never fought anybody like this. Stain crossed 9 meters in a blink and came in low with 2 knives on 2 different lines, one at the femoral artery and one at the throat. And there was no wind up on either of them. No tell. No shoulder drop. Nothing to read. The gold blazed white in Izuku's skull, and he twisted between them and felt one blade take a strip off his suit at the hip. He landed, spun, and the third knife was already in the air where his eyes would be. "Okay." He batted it out of the air with a web and it stuck to the wall. "Okay, you're fast." He went up. Wall, kick, wall, over Stain's head. Stain didn't follow him. He threw 2 blades, one at the ceiling of Izuku's arc, one at where he'd have to land, and Izuku had to burn a line just to change direction midair. He hit the ground and Stain was there. Blade at the neck. Izuku caught the wrist. Stain's other hand came off the wall behind him. He'd planted a knife there 4 seconds earlier as a handhold, and he pivoted his whole body on it and drove a boot into Izuku's ribs hard enough to break 2. Izuku went down the alley and threw a stack of crates. "You are strong," Stain said, walking after him. "Your instinct is superhuman, and you are still a child, and you have never fought a man who has done this for a living." He drew the last knife. "Show me if you are real." Izuku Midoriya came up out of the crates with blood in his mouth and started laughing. "You know what?" He rolled his shoulder. "You're right. That's the best hit I've taken all year." He looked at the walls of the alley, 4 meters wide, brick both sides, drain pipe on the left, fire escape overhead, wet ground. "Also, real talk, you picked a terrible room." Then he stopped holding back. What happened in the next 40 seconds got reconstructed later from a single traffic camera at the alley mouth and the testimony of 2 conscious witnesses, and neither source did it justice. Izuku hit the left wall and came off it. Then the right wall. Then the drain pipe, then the fire escape, then the left wall again. 6 surfaces in 4 seconds, never once touching the ground. And every single time he came off a wall, he came off it at Stain from a new angle. Stain read the first one and blocked it. He read the second one and blocked it. The third one hit him in the jaw. The fourth one hit him in the kidney. The fifth came off the fire escape and drove a knee into the back of his shoulder and put him into the brick. He was fighting a pinball. That's what he said later in the deposition, in a voice that a prison psychologist described as unsettlingly respectful. He said, "I have fought 51 heroes. I have never fought something that used the room as a weapon. I could not find the ground he was standing on because he was never standing." "You're doing great," Izuku shouted, off the ceiling. "Seriously, you're the best I've ever fought. Top of the list. Nomu was strong, but you're good. There's a difference, and honestly, it's a little upsetting." Stain went for Ida. That's the thing about elite killers. He knew he was losing. So he changed the game. He broke off, took 2 steps, and put a blade at the throat of a paralyzed boy on the ground, because he understood exactly what a hero would trade for that. Izuku's line hit Ida's chest plate and yanked him 4 meters backward through the water before the blade finished its arc, which put Izuku in the air. Committed, with both arms occupied, Stain threw the hidden knife. It came from the small of his back, left-handed, off a body already turning, into the exact half-second window where Izuku's arms were locked and his momentum was fixed, and his sense had nothing to give him but yes, this one lands. It grazed his cheek. The mask opened along the cheekbone and blood came out into the rain. Stain's tongue came out. That's how it works. Blood on the tongue. Ingest and paralyze and hold as long as he wants. And it doesn't matter how strong you are or how fast you are or how many walls you can climb, because none of that requires a heartbeat to defeat. He'd taken down heroes twice Izuku's size with 1 cut and 1 taste. It took a quarter of a second. He got the blood on his fingers. He raised his hand toward his own mouth. Izuku Midoriya was already firing. My spider senses tingling. The impact web left his wrist at 70 meters a second, crossed 4 meters in a blink, and hit the back of Stain's own hand while it was 6 centimeters from his face. It didn't knock the hand away. It drove it forward and hardened and glued Stain's palm flat across his own mouth and nose and pinned his fingers to his own cheekbone in a shell of silk 1/2 centimeter thick. The hero killer's eyes went enormous. He grabbed at his own face with his free hand. It stuck. He pulled with everything he had, and the webbing lifted the skin at his temple and did not tear. Izuku landed in front of him and did not make a speech. There is no speech in the report. There is no monologue, no justice, no philosophy. There is a boy in a torn suit walking into a man with a hand glued to his own face, and then there's a beating. He hit him in the sternum and put him into the right-hand wall. He came off the left wall and hit him in the ribs and put him back into the right. He went up the drain pipe, off the fire escape, and came down with both heels between Stain's shoulder blades and drove him into 4 inches of standing water, and then hauled him up by the collar and hit him twice more before he could set his feet. And every one of those punches carried a body that had held 800 tons in its hands. Stain got 1 knife out of his boot and slashed at where Izuku's throat should have been. Izuku wasn't there. Wall. Wall. Drain pipe, wall. You know the actual problem with your whole thing? He kicked the knife out of Stain's hand and glued it to the pavement. It's not even the murders. It's that you're lazy. You've got a whole theory about false heroes, and you've never once in 4 years gone after a rich one. You go after the mid-list guys with 2 sidekicks and a rented office, off the wall, into the ribs. You're not a critic, man. You're a bully with a reading list. Stain, half blind and pinned to his own face, put his shoulder down and charged him. Izuku Midoriya dropped into a crouch and let him come. He put his left hand flat on the wet concrete for the anchor. He put every volt his body had into his right arm, and it had been rebuilding charge for the entire fight, 40 seconds of it, wound tight as a spring. And when Stain arrived, Izuku came up off the ground in a full jump with his whole body behind it, and put an electrified uppercut into the point of the hero killer's jaw from below. The sound was the loudest thing in the ward that night. The gold went off like a flashbulb in the rain. Stain's feet left the ground. He went up almost 3 meters, arms out, rags flying, and every nerve in his body lit at once, and he was already unconscious at the top of the arc. He came down on the concrete and did not move again. Izuku Midoriya stood in the rain over the deadliest man in Japan, with his chest heaving and blood running down his cheek, and then he did the only thing he ever did. He webbed him, both wrists, both ankles, knees, elbows, waist, chest, and a final wrap that took him off the ground entirely, and then he hauled the whole package up and lashed the hero killer to a streetlight with 8 separate lines, upside down, 4 feet off the pavement, hands still stuck to his own face. Then he checked Native's pulse. Then he webbed a pressure bandage around Tenya Ida's forearm, one-handed, in 9 seconds, using a solvent-thin strand that wouldn't damage the skin. Then he shot a line up to the streetlight, hooked one ankle in it, and hung upside down beside the boy on the ground. The rain kept coming. The sirens were 4 blocks out and getting closer. 6 wards were still burning to the north, and the sky over them was orange. Tenya Ida lay in the water with his ruined arm bandaged in white silk and looked up at a masked face hanging in the air above his own, and he started crying in a way that had nothing to do with the pain. "He was going to kill me," Ida said. "Yeah. I came here to... I knew it was wrong. Manuel told me to stay in the vehicle, and His voice broke completely. "My brother is in a hospital bed and I left. I left to go get even. I wasn't going to save anyone. I was going to be the one who..." He put his good arm over his eyes. "I'm not a hero. I don't get to be." "Ida." "I'm sorry. Ida." Izuku Midoriya's mask tilted. "Everybody gets one." Ida's arm came down off his face. "What?" Izuku held up a finger, upside down, in the rain. "One night where you're not the guy you want to be. One night where you go the wrong way and you're lucky enough that somebody's there. The lenses came down a fraction. You get one. And this was yours, and you used it, and now you carry it, and you'll be better than the rest of us because of it." Something in his voice went somewhere else for a second. "Somebody gave me mine," Izuku said, "and nobody was there, and I've been paying for it every day since." He held out a hand. "Let's go home." Tenya Ida took it. The police came around the corner at 11:41 p.m. to find a paralyzed hero, a bleeding student, a 15-year-old in a torn spider suit sitting on the curb with his arms on his knees, and the hero killer stain hanging from a streetlight in a cocoon. The lead officer stopped walking. "Yeah. Is he alive? Concussed. Definitely concussed." Izuku wiped rain off his lenses. "Don't cut the webbing near his face. I'll do that part. There's a solvent thing. His quirk's blood ingestion, so keep his mouth covered until you've got him in a hard restraint, and check him for knives. He's got he counted on his fingers. 9. I found 9. Assume 11. Nobody moved. "Also, I think I broke his jaw," Izuku said. "Sorry." The video hit the internet at 12:08 a.m. Somebody in an apartment above the dry cleaner had filmed the last 11 seconds through a window. A red and blue blur coming off 4 walls in a row, an uppercut lit up gold in the rain, and the hero killer going 3 meters into the air. It broke every record that existed at the time. By morning, the hero world had come apart at the seams. Because here is what happened when a 15-year-old on an internship captured Stain. The Hero Public Safety Commission had to decide whether to charge him. A student had used a quirk in combat without a licensed hero present, which is a violation, and if they charged him, the entire country would burn their building down. The commission met for 9 hours. They gave him a commendation and a formal warning in the same envelope, and they made sure both leaked. 19 of the top 30 hero agencies filed sponsorship interest in Izuku Midoriya within 48 hours. The League of Villains, watching from a bar with the news on, sat in silence, and Tamura Shigaraki dug his fingernails into the back of his own neck until it bled and said, "The spider." Again, the spider. And a man made of shadow at the other end of a screen said, "Then we will need to understand him," which is a promise, and it comes due in part 2. Wirebell got 41 calls in one morning and 11 job offers and hung up on all of them, then took his intern out for ramen and said, "You couldn't have made me famous quietly, could you?" And Izuku said, "That's the one thing I've never learned how to do." Tenya Ida spent 9 days in a Hosu hospital, and on the 4th one, his older brother Tensei asked him to explain the arm, and Tenya told him the truth, all of it, and asked to be forgiven, and Tensei, who could not move his legs and never would, said, "Little brother, I've been waiting for you to be honest with me since you were 6. Tenya Ida changed his hero name that month. He kept his own, and Ochako Uraraka called Izuku at 1 a.m., Hosu time, when the video had 90 million views and did not say hello. "You're bleeding on the internet," she said. "It's just the cheek." Izuku: "Okay, it's the cheek and 2 ribs." There was a long pause on the line and rain on a window and 40 million people on the other side of the country arguing about a boy who came off 4 walls in a row. "Come back," Ochako said. "Yeah," said Izuku Midoriya. "I'm coming back." He went home 3 days later on a train with a healed cheek and a scar under it that never fully faded. His mother met him at the station and hit him with her purse and then held on to him for 11 minutes in public, in front of a crowd that recognized him and pretended it didn't. That night, he went out onto the balcony where the city was going orange. He'd stood there after the entrance exam and told a dead man that he'd gotten in. He'd stood there after the festival with a gold medal in his fist. He stood there now with 2 ribs strapped, a scar on his cheek, and a country's worth of eyes on him. Below him, Musutafu went about its evening. A train ran, somebody's dog. Somebody's television, with his own voice coming out of it, saying, "My spider sense is tingling on a loop," on a comedy program, being laughed at by 4 adults on a couch. He put his hands on the rail in the place where a man used to put his. "Hey, Dad," he said. "The wind came up off the river. I got him. The one who did it. I got him a year ago." Izuku looked at his own hands. "And I got the guy who wanted to kill 20 kids. And I got the one who killed 17 heroes." He laughed, and it came out wrong, and he let it. "I'm going to keep getting them. All of them. Every single one for the rest of my life, and it's never going to be enough, is it?" Nothing answered him. Nothing ever did. "Yeah," he said. "Didn't think so." He stayed out there a while. Then he pulled his mask down over the scar, checked his web shooters, stood up on the rail, and looked at the city. All of it. The whole orange sprawl of it. Every window with somebody behind it, and somewhere out in the middle of that, someone was about to have the worst night of their life, and it was going to take him 9 seconds to get there. Izuku Midoriya sent his mother a text on the roof, "Love you," back by 12, and then he stepped off the rail and fell 4 floors and caught the air with a line. And the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man went out over Musutafu at 80 kilometers an hour, laughing, in a city that had absolutely no idea what was coming for it next. Because 1,100 kilometers away, in a room with no windows, a man made of shadow was watching an 11-second video for the 400th time, and he said to no one, "Find out where the spider came from." He said it once. He did not raise his voice because he had never in 40 years needed to, and 3 people took that sentence out of the room with them and did not speak to each other again until it was finished. They were not soldiers. Soldiers get caught on camera. The first was a woman named Higa, who had spent 11 years inside a prefectural records office and knew that every secret in Japan eventually becomes a form. The second was a man named Torishima, with a face nobody remembered and a talent for finding the exact number that turns a decent person into an accomplice. The third was called Chiyoda, and Chiyoda's job began where the other 2 ended, and Chiyoda did not ask questions at meetings. Higa started with a bus. That was all she had, a rumor, a redaction, and the knowledge that the Shirokane Genome Institute had closed its public outreach program on a Friday in April of the previous year, with no announcement, no press release, and no reason on file. Institutes do not cancel school tours because they are busy. They cancel school tours because a school was there. It took her 9 days to find the invoice, not the incident report. There was no incident report, which was the loudest thing in the whole file, but a charter bus company's billing statement filed for tax purposes, listing 2 coaches, 90 minutes, Aldera Junior High School, 3rd-year students, 41 passengers plus staff, one Thursday in April. She put it on the table and looked at it for a long time. Then she requested the Institute's internal inventory disposition logs under a false consultancy letterhead she had used successfully 6 times before, and found the line that mattered and read it twice. Chimera Line 14, bioelectric hybrid construct. Status escaped, recovered, destroyed. Same day, same day. Nothing at that institute had ever been logged as escaped and recovered and destroyed on the same day. Higa had read 400 pages of that facility's paperwork by then, and the paperwork was obsessive. Every dead mouse had a page. Every dead mouse had a photograph. There was no photograph of Chimera Line 14's remains. Torishima handled the human part. He found a man named Osato who had run overnight security at Shirokane for 6 years and had been let go with a generous package and a non-disclosure agreement written by people who bill by the hour. Osato had a daughter starting her second year at a private university in Kyoto and a mortgage that had been restructured twice. Torishima did not threaten him. Threatening people is amateur work and it makes them stupid. He bought him lunch and paid for the daughter's semester and let the man talk for 2 hours about the unfairness of it all before he ever said the word 14. "Oh, 14, Osato said and laughed, and it was a bad laugh. 10 years of Aizu's life, that thing, 16 source species. She used to talk to it. You'd walk past at 3 in the morning and she'd be sitting in front of the glass with a coffee going, "Hey, hey, beautiful." She named it and then legal made her take the name off the label. And it escaped. It didn't escape. Osato turned his cup around on the table. There was a fire drill. Somebody left a cart in the corridor with a cracked containment lid because we'd been told to walk out, not carry things. And a kid went in there. Torishima's face did nothing at all. "A kid," he said. They never said. That's the whole thing. That's why I still think about it. Osato leaned in. Legal came in at 4 in the morning on a Thursday in a helicopter. They pulled the internal footage themselves. They didn't let me touch it. And on Monday, there was a memo saying the specimen had gotten into a drain line and been destroyed with the maintenance flush, which, look, I've cleaned that drain line. You could not fit a specimen in that drain line. And Dr. Aizu? Resigned in July, he shrugged. Teaches now. Chiba. Some technical college. 10 years of work, and she teaches first-year cell structure to kids who want to make protein bars. Higa put the two halves together in a rented room with the blinds down. She had a bus manifest with 41 names on it. She had an institute that had spent a decade building the most complete bioelectric arachnid genome ever assembled and then pretended it had gone down a drain. She had a helicopter at 4 in the morning. She had a hero registry. That was the part that took the longest and the part she was proudest of because the registry is not searchable the way people think. So you cannot ask it for interesting. You have to ask it for exact things and be right. So she asked it for the 41 names. 39 of them came back with the same childhood diagnoses they had been carrying since they were 4 years old. Heat resistance, minor levitation, and above average sense of smell. One had died in a traffic accident the previous autumn, and one came back with an amendment. Midoriya, Izuku, born July 15th. Quirkless, per 4-year evaluation, Musutafu Municipal Clinic. Amended, Quirk registered as Spider, filed 16 months after the field trip, 1 word in the field, no documentation attached, no supporting medical, signed off by a school administrator at UA High School. Higa sat back in the chair. She had watched the sports festival like everybody else in the country. She had watched a boy catch a giant's fist with his hands. She had watched him hold a length of steel cloth in a ruined plaza and hang 40 tons of engineered muscle from a 200-foot ceiling. 2 weeks ago, she had watched a video of him come off 4 walls in an alley in Hosu in the rain and hit the deadliest man in Japan so hard the man went 3 meters into the air. She wrote 1 line on a sheet of paper, and it was the only line she wrote that entire month. The specimen did not go down a drain. A 14-year-old boy walked out with it in his blood. The room had no windows. It had a chair, and it had a bank of screens that never went off, and it had a man in it who had been alive for a long time and who was mostly shadow now, in the way that a thing gets when it stops being lit from outside and starts being defined by what it blocks. The doctor brought him the file. The doctor's hands were shaking, and he knew they were shaking, and he could not do anything about it, because the shadow in the chair had been quiet for 11 seconds, and 11 seconds of quiet from that chair had killed people before. On the screen above them, on a loop that had been running for 400 plays, a boy in red and blue came off a brick wall and put a fist under Stain's jaw, and the alley went gold. "Read me the line about the drain." The shadow said. The doctor read it. 10 years, the shadow said. 16 species. Adhesion, tensile production, kinetic multiplication, tissue reinforcement, sensory expansion, and a bioconductive nervous architecture that no living thing on this planet has ever carried. A pause. And they built it in a white room in a valley outside Musutafu, and they wrote it on a label, and they put the label on glass in a corridor where they walked children. Sir, I've reviewed the assay data. They did not know what they had made. The shadow shifted, and the doctor's whole body went stiff at the sound of it. That is what interests me. That is the only interesting thing in this file. Every man I have ever taken a power from knew what he was carrying. They wrote it on a card. Fire, steel, speed. They lived inside the shape of it. The screen light moved on nothing. A team of scientists spent a decade assembling a weapon and filed it as a research animal, and then a quirkless boy from a public junior high school stole it by accident and turned it into the single most complete combat organism currently walking around in a costume, and nobody in this country has thought to ask why. Why, sir? Because he is 15, and he is funny. The shadow's voice did something that was almost warm and was much worse for it. They are watching a comedy program. I am watching a proof of concept. He let the video run to the end. I do not want him killed, he said. The doctor's head came up. Every fool with a grudge wants him killed. Shigaraki wants him killed, and Shigaraki will get his chance, and Shigaraki will lose, because Shigaraki wants to win an argument, and that boy wants to win a fight, and those are different appetites. The shadow folded its hands. I want him understood. I want the genome. I want to know what a 14-year-old body did with an inoculation of that magnitude and survived, and I want to know whether it can be repeated, and if it cannot be repeated, I want to know what it can be turned into. And Dr. Aizu? Collect her. The shadow finally moved and stood, and the room seemed to get smaller. Bring her the equipment she was denied, and the funding she was refused, and the specimen she has spent 16 months grieving, and tell her that somebody is finally interested in her work. A sound like a smile. Scientists are the easiest people alive. You do not have to break them. You only have to be the first person in 20 years who listens. Chiyoda went to Chiba on a Wednesday. Dr. Aizu never made it to her 4 o'clock lecture, and the college assumed she had quit because she'd been distant all term, and because there was a resignation email from her account, timestamp 3:51 p.m., that used a phrase she had never used in her life. 1,100 kilometers away at 2:40 in the morning, Izuku Midoriya was arguing with a vending machine, or a man who had turned himself into one. It was hard to tell. So, okay, walk me through this. Izuku hung upside down from the awning of a shuttered pharmacy, one ankle in a web line, arms folded, watching a 2-meter cuboid with legs sprint down the middle of Nishimura Street, with 14,000 yen in coins sloshing audibly inside its chest. Your quirk turns you into a vending machine. It's not just vending machines. You robbed a coin laundry. I robbed 4 coin laundries. You robbed 4 coin laundries and you're carrying the money in your torso, which, genuinely, no notes, that's secure storage, that's excellent thinking. Izuku dropped, landed, and jogged along beside him at a comfortable pace. But you can hear yourself, right? You're making a noise like a wave pool. I found you from a roof 3 streets over. I wasn't even looking for you. I was eating a taiyaki. Shut up. Also, you can't go upstairs. The vending machine man tried to go up the stairs of the Nishimura Station overpass and fell over onto his back with his legs kicking. And the sound of 14,000 yen redistributing itself inside him was, according to the 11 people who filmed it, the funniest sound of that entire year. Izuku webbed him to the railing so he wouldn't roll into traffic and sat down on his chest to wait for the police, which is when he took out his phone on the roof. Love you. Back by 12. It was 2:47. His mother replied in 40 seconds because his mother had never once in 16 months slept through a buzz. You said 12 an hour ago. Be careful. There's rice. He typed, be careful is a very funny thing to say to me, and deleted it, and typed, thank you, and sent that instead, and put the phone away, and sat on a criminal in the middle of a wet street with his hands on his knees and no idea whatsoever that a woman in a rented room with the blinds down had written his name on a sheet of paper. Notebook 47 was in his bag. He'd started it after Hosu, and it wasn't a hero analysis notebook anymore. It had stopped being that around Notebook 30. The new ones were maps. Every ward in Musutafu, drawn by hand with response times written in the margins. Which roofs had anchor points and which didn't. Which hospitals had helipads. Where the gaps were, and there were gaps, whole streets in Tekai and Aoyagi and the South Industrial Strip where the nearest licensed agency was 11 minutes out. And 11 minutes is a number Izuku Midoriya had opinions about because his father had been on the ground for 6. Page 41 of Notebook 47 had a heading in his own handwriting that read, "What I would do if somebody wanted to hurt this city on purpose." He wrote 9 scenarios on that page over 3 weeks. 8 of them were wrong. The provisional hero license exam that year was held at the Koga Metropolitan Simulation District, which is what happens when 3 of the biggest hero agencies in the country buy a decommissioned dockside neighborhood and refuse to knock it down. 40 city blocks, real buildings, real streets, real sewers, real subway tunnels with real trains. They could run for scenarios, all of it wired with 15,000 cameras and populated by professional rescue actors who did this for a living and were, as a group, the most cheerfully unbothered people in Japan. 14 schools sent applicants that year. 341 first years walked in through the West Gate. Every single one of them knew what Izuku Midoriya looked like. "Don't do the thing," Ochako muttered in the tunnel under the West stands, not looking at him. "What thing?" "The thing where you wave." Izuku waved. 300 applicants had been staring at Class 1A's section for 4 minutes, and when he raised a hand at all of them at once, half of them looked away like they'd been caught, and the other half did not look away at all, and one entire school, a Kansai academy called Rokuten with matching gray jackets and the collective body language of a chess team that had brought weapons, kept staring in a way that Izuku found genuinely delightful. "They've got a plan," he said, pleased. "You're happy about that?" "Ochako, they made a plan about me. He put a hand on his chest. 2 years ago, I was in a class where nobody would let me be on their dodgeball team." Bakugo, 4 seats down, said, "You're gonna get jammed." Izuku's head turned. "What?" "Gray jackets. Kansai." Bakugo didn't look up from taping his wrists. "One of them's got a signal disruption thing. I read the regionals brackets. They think your gold-like garbage is a signal." He pulled the tape tight with his teeth. "It's not a signal. It's a nerve cluster. Idiots." Izuku stared at him. "Did you just—" "I said they're idiots. I didn't say you're not." Bakugo stood up, "And I'm passing this before you do." He walked off, and Izuku watched him go with an expression under the mask that Ochako, who had learned to read the set of his shoulders instead of his face, described later as somebody watching a plant grow. The first phase was announced at 9:02 a.m., and it was rescue. 3 hours! The lead examiner was a woman from the Koga agency with a voice built for stadium sims and a clipboard she never once looked at. The district has sustained a simulated seismic event. There are 160 casualties in this simulation. Points are awarded for triage accuracy, extraction safety, and scene command. Points are deducted for aggravated injury, structural recklessness, and for treating an actor like a prop. Go! 341 applicants scattered into 40 blocks. Most of them ran for the visible ones. That's the honest truth of every rescue exam ever run. The casualties on the street are worth the same as the casualties in the basement, and the ones on the street take 4 minutes, and the ones in the basement take 40. And every applicant in that district did that math in the first 10 seconds, and most of them made the reasonable choice. Izuku Midoriya went up a fire escape, crouched on a 4th-floor ledge, and listened. He shut his eyes inside the mask. He put both palms flat on the brick. 40 blocks of vibration came up his arms, 300 sets of running feet, 11 collapsed structures settling, a broken water main under Block 9 that nobody had reported because nobody had thought to feel for it, a generator, a truck, 160 heartbeats scattered across a fake city. And under all of it, from 400 meters away, at the bottom of something, a sound he recognized instantly, because he had spent a week under a fever listening to his own house creak. Load-bearing concrete under stress. "Oh, that's bad," he said, to nobody, and jumped off the building. The Block 14 parking structure had been built in 1988 to be knocked down and rebuilt as a simulation asset, and the Koga engineers had rigged its lowest level to fail in stages over 90 minutes, and they had put 5 actors down there, and they had assumed, reasonably, that it would take an applicant 30 minutes just to find it. Izuku found it in 4. He came down the ramp on all 4s, upside down along the underside of the slab because the ramp itself was carrying 11 tons of collapsed ceiling, and he had no intention of adding to it, and he hit the bottom level and stood up in the dust and said loudly, cheerfully, into total blackness, "Hi! Everybody who can hear me, make a noise. Any noise! I'm counting." 5 noises came back. One of them was crying. One of them was a man's voice going, "Over here, kid, over here, we've got a bad one." The gold hummed around Izuku's head, low and steady, the version of it he'd learned to think of as the building talking. He read the room in 6 seconds. 2 survivors sitting against the east wall upright, breathing fine, scared. 1 under a car with a crush injury to the pelvis, actor with a pressure gauge in the prosthetic, and if Izuku lifted the car wrong, the gauge would read a fatal decompression, because Koga's engineers were sadists. 1 in a stairwell with a broken ankle, who could be walked out in 3 minutes, and 1 pinned under a fallen ramp section at the far end, in the exact spot where the entire ceiling was going to come down in. He put his hand on the pillar and felt for it. 22 minutes, maybe 18. Any pro would have called it. Any pro would have taken the 4 and marked the 5th, and no examiner in that building would have deducted a single point for it. "Okay," Izuku said. "Nobody dies today, that's the whole plan. I'm going to talk the entire time, so tell me if I get annoying." He shored the ceiling first. That's the thing 19 examiners in the observation room could not get over afterward. He didn't extract first. He fired 11 impact webs into the failing slab, and anchored every one of them down through the pillar bases. And then he went around each anchor by hand and pulled the silk tight with a body that could hold 800 tons, and when the 3rd pillar groaned, he put his shoulder under the slab itself for 9 seconds while he set the 12th line one-handed. The ceiling stopped talking. "Right, that buys us an hour." He was already moving. "Sir, the one under the car, I'm not lifting the car. I'm lifting the floor around the car. Don't ask, it's a whole thing." He got the crush injury out with a jack made of hardened webbing that raised the vehicle 2 centimeters at a time over 90 seconds, while a 50-year-old rescue actor watched a 15-year-old talk him through his own fake pelvic fracture in the correct order. He got the stairwell ankle out on his back. He got the 2 on the east wall out by walking them, 1 on each side, both of them holding his forearms because he'd read them and they didn't need carrying. They needed to be told they were fine by somebody who sounded like he'd never doubted it. And he got the last one, the one under the ramp section, the one the exam had written off, out at minute 31 by tearing a hole through a poured concrete wall into the adjacent service tunnel with his hands so he'd have a route that wasn't under the failing slab, and by cutting the webbing solvent into her hair when the silk got in it, and by apologizing for that 11 separate times. She was 26. Her name was Mariko, and she had done 600 of these. She was crying when he set her down at the triage point on the street, and she was not acting. Izuku Midoriya finished the first phase with the lowest raw point total of anyone in the top 100, because he'd spent 3 hours in one building. His triage accuracy score was 100%. Just his extraction safety score was 100%. His scene command score did not exist because the rubric had a ceiling and he had gone through it, and the examiner scoring block 14 had written in the margin in pen in a box that was 4 numbers. He stopped the building first. None of the others thought of the building. The second phase started at 1 in the afternoon, and it was a war, vest targets. 2 on the chest, 1 on the back, 30 centimeters square, hit registering. 280 applicants left in the district. Any 3 hits and you're out. Last 100 standing advance. It took the coalition 11 minutes to find him and 40 seconds to make him work for it. They were good. Izuku wanted that on the record afterward, and he said so on camera. 3 schools, Rokuten, Nagata Tech, and Shiketsu, had put their heads together for 2 weeks, and what they built in the corridors of Block 22 was the first genuinely engineered anti-spider environment anybody had ever committed to. Stage 1 was the jamming. A Rakuten boy with a broadband disruption quirk stood in the middle of the block and turned off every radio in 400 meters. And the theory, a good theory, a reasonable theory, published in 3 regional hero tech journals that year, was that a precognitive danger sense had to be some form of field perception. Izuku walked into the jamming field and the gold in his skull did absolutely nothing because it was a lump of nerve tissue at the base of his brain, and it did not have an antenna. Guys, he called down the corridor, delighted. Guys, it's a nerve cluster. Stage 2 was the netting, and the netting nearly worked. Carbon fiber monofilament, strung in layers across every corridor at ankle, waist, and throat height, invisible in that light, anchored to steel. He came around a corner at 50 kilometers an hour, and the gold spiked, and he went flat and slid under the first layer, and the second layer took a strip off his shoulder. Then Nagata dropped the ceiling nets and put him on the ground under 60 kilos of woven wire, and 8 applicants came around the corner with their fingers out. He tore through it in a second and a half and put 9 of them out of the exam in 4 more. "That was so close," he shouted, running backwards up a wall. "Genuinely. You had me. 2 more layers, and you had me." Stage 3 was Sumire Ochiai. She stepped into the corridor alone and told the others to go, and they went. And afterward, every single one of them said they'd argued with her, and every single one of them was lying. Is this because when Sumire Ochiai told you to leave a hallway, you left it? She was small, shiketsu gray, hair cut short and shoved behind her ears. She had a spiral notebook shoved in the back of her belt, which Izuku clocked in the first half second and immediately loved. "Ochiai?" Izuku said. "Shiketsu. You came fourth in the Chubu Regional and you don't have a listed quirk in the public bracket, which means Shiketsu's hiding you, which means you're the actual problem in this building. You read the brackets, I read everything." He rolled his shoulder. "Notebook person?" Her jaw moved. "Notebook person." "Oh, good," Izuku said. "Good, okay, I'm gonna enjoy this." Her quirk was called Mirror Step. Here's how it worked, and here's why she had been built by 14 years of her own life into the one applicant in that district who could actually beat him. She watched you move for 10 seconds and her body learned it. Not copied. Learned. After 10 seconds, she was running half a second ahead of your intention. Her feet where your feet were going, her hands where your hands would need to be. Because she had your pattern, and patterns are what people are. She had spent 2 weeks watching every frame of the sports festival at quarter speed. She had 410 seconds of him. Izuku came off the left wall, and she was already turned into it. He fired a line at the ceiling, and she moved out from under the arc before the silk left his wrist. He came down where the arc had to end, and her elbow was there, in his ribs, hard, and one of his vest targets took a hit, and the buzzer chirped in his ear. Izuku Midoriya landed, skidded, put a hand on the floor, and stopped. "Huh," he said. The gold was there. The gold was fine. That was the horror of it, and he understood it in a second and a half, and it was the first time since the fever that his own body had failed to solve a problem. His sense told him where the danger was. It had never once had to tell him what to do about it. She wasn't beating his sense. She was beating the thing that came after it. She was standing in every answer. He tried 4 things in 11 seconds. She was in all 4. He went high. She was on the pipe. He went low with a sweep. Her ankle was gone before his foot arrived. He fired 2 lines and pulled, and she stepped inside the swing and put her palm on his second vest target, and the buzzer chirped again. 2 hits. Somewhere in the observation room, the entire Shiketsu delegation stood up. Izuku Midoriya backed off 4 meters, breathing, and Sumire Ochiai stood in the middle of a wrecked corridor with her hands loose and said, with something in her voice that was almost an apology, "I've been doing this since I was 6. Everybody has a shape. You've got a beautiful one." "Yeah." Izuku's lenses ticked down. "Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?" Because here is what he understood. Crouched in a corridor in Block 22 with 2 hits on his vest and 1 hit left in his whole exam, he had spent 16 months becoming the most readable person alive, not to normal people. Normal people couldn't follow him at all. But he had trained his body into a system. Angle, anchor, arc, land, and every single one of those choices was the best available choice, and he made the best available choice every time, because that was what he was. She wasn't predicting Izuku Midoriya. She was predicting correctness. So he stopped being correct. He came in at her with a line already fired into the ceiling, and she read the swing and stepped out of it exactly right, exactly where the arc would have ended. And Izuku let go of the line at the top and dropped 4 meters onto his own left shoulder. It hurt. It was a genuinely bad idea. It put him on the floor in a heap with his back to an opponent, 3 meters from where any sane version of that movement would have put him. And Sumire Ochiai's whole body was committed into empty air on the other side of the corridor. Her head snapped around. What? He was up. He was in. He got a hand on her vest, and she twisted out of it by pure instinct and got 4 meters of daylight. And he did it again. He ran 3 steps up the wall and then fell off it. On purpose, he fired a web at a pipe and then shot the pipe. He threw his own left web shooter module at her head. 900 grams of machined aluminum, the single most valuable object he owned, which he had filed out by hand at his kitchen table over a summer. And she blocked it because she is not stupid. And blocking it cost her a half second. And half a second is the entire margin she had been living inside. By the 4th one, she was laughing. Wet, furious, disbelieving laughter. Stop it. You can predict everything I do, Izuku said, and hit the ground flat on his back beside her, and grabbed her ankle from a position no fighter in history has ever intentionally been in. You can't predict what I'd never do. He webbed her legs together. Then he stood up, retrieved his shooter module, checked it for damage, and walked past her down the corridor. She sat on the floor of Block 22 with her knees stuck together and did not try to get free. Ochiai. She looked up. 16 seconds, Izuku said. You had me on the ropes for 16 seconds. Nobody's done that. The hero killer didn't do that. He pulled the mask up off his mouth, and she saw a 15-year-old's face, sweaty and split-lipped, and grinning like an idiot. Also, that thing you do where you keep your weight on the back foot for the first half second so the mirror has somewhere to go, that's not in any of your footage. You've been hiding it. Her mouth opened. Don't hide it, he said. You're too good to be a surprise. Then he was gone up the stairwell, and Sumire Ochiai sat alone in the dust and took the notebook out of the back of her belt and wrote, in handwriting that was not steady, 4 words she would look at again in 3 months. He falls on purpose. The 3rd phase went live at 4 in the afternoon. 98 applicants left. The scenario was announced over the district PA in the flat voice of a woman reading a shopping list. A hostage-taking, 4 city blocks, 200 simulated civilians, and an unknown number of villains with lethal intent. The villains were Praz. 11 of them. Gang Orca headlining, with a squad of his own sidekicks and 3 Koga agency veterans, and their instruction from the examination board had been 1 sentence long. Do not go easy. Gang Orca does not need to be told that twice. 98 applicants from 14 schools, most of whom had been trying to eliminate each other 40 minutes earlier, got hit by a coordinated pro-level assault in an urban grid and did what 98 teenagers do, which is fragment into 11 arguments. 4 minutes later, they were a unit. Nobody voted. That's what the examiners kept saying afterward in the debrief, with the footage paused. Nobody nominated him. He never once raised his voice above conversational. He landed on a mailbox in the middle of a shouting match between Rokuten and Ketsubutsu and said, "Hey, who here can move a wall?" And 11 hands went up, and that was the entire election. What he built in 4 minutes went like this. He split the 98 by function instead of by school, which nobody had done in the history of that exam. Wall makers to the 2 choke points on the north and east approach, because Gang Orca's squad had to come through them or lose 8 minutes. Anybody with range on a roof, anybody fast on civilian movement in pairs, 1 to carry and 1 to watch the carrier's back. 6 people with no combat application whatsoever assigned to a job he invented on the spot and named out loud, "You are the noise." Go make the wrong block sound like the whole exam is happening in it. He put Sumire Ochiai on Gang Orca personally. "You're joking," she said. "You're the only person here who can stand in front of a pro for 10 seconds without dying. Izuku said. I don't need you to beat him. I need him irritated and looking at you and standing still twice. 10 seconds. Then I'll be there. And what are you doing? Everything else. He did everything else. What the observation room watched for the next 11 minutes was a 15-year-old moving across 4 city blocks at a speed that made the camera cuts feel late, and every single time he arrived somewhere, he arrived with information. He didn't fight much. He fought 3 times, all of them short. What he did was carry the map in his head and hand it out in pieces. Kendo, they've got 2 on your left in the alley. They're waiting for you to commit. Don't commit. Back up 8 meters and let them come out. Roof team. The one with the sonic thing has to inhale first. Watch his shoulders. You get a full second. Somebody put a car in front of the Block 30 stairs. I don't care whose car. And every 90 seconds he was back at the civilian lines, and every single time he came back with somebody in his arms. Gang Orca broke the north choke point at minute 14 and got 11 meters past it before 98 applicants closed on him from 4 directions in a pattern he had never seen an exam group execute. He was still standing when the buzzer went. He put 9 applicants out of the scenario personally. He also spent the last 4 minutes of that exam in a shrinking pocket of street with a girl from Shiketsu standing in his blind spot and 40 webs on his forearms and a boy in a red and blue suit shouting encouragement at him from a lamppost. And when it ended, he said on a hot mic to his own sidekick, "That was command. That was actual command. From a child." Up in the observation room, 2 heroes had a conversation while the scores compiled. The first was Best Jeanist, who had come to watch 1 applicant and had brought a contract in his coat. The second was a Koga agency founder named Hakone, who had been running provisional exams for 19 years. "You're going to sign him," Hakone said. "I'm going to try to sign him." He turned down Night Eye. Best Jeanist's arms were folded. "Do you know how many first years have ever turned down Sir Night Eye?" "None." "None." He watched the screen. On it, a boy was sitting on a curb with a Ketsubutsu applicant's ankle in his lap, wrapping it in silk, talking with his hands. "Look at what he did with the 6 he had no use for. He gave them a job with a name." "He gave them a job with a name," Hakone repeated. "Yeah, I noticed that." 19 years. Have you ever seen this? Hakone thought about it for a while, and the thing he said stayed in Best Jeanist's head for a long time afterward. "I've seen kids who were stronger," he said. 2 or 3. "I've seen kids who were smarter, maybe 1. He tapped the glass. "I've never seen one that other kids stopped arguing for. That's the whole job, and nobody can teach it, and he's 15. Izuku Midoriya passed the provisional hero license exam with a composite score that the district administrator ran 3 times because the rubric produced a number above the stated maximum, and she assumed she had entered a bonus twice. She had not. She wrote a note to the Hero Public Safety Commission attaching an explanation, and the commission filed it. And 111 days later, a very different kind of person would pull that file for a very different reason. 91 applicants passed. Sumire Ochiai passed 4th overall. Bakugo passed and did not speak for the entire bus ride home, and then in the UA parking lot said, 12th. I came 12th in a voice like a man reading his own autopsy, and then said, that corridor thing you did, falling on purpose. Yeah, that's not a technique. Nope. So how do you do it again? Izuku thought about that properly because it was a real question, and Bakugo had asked exactly 2 of those in his life. You have to actually not care about looking stupid, he said. Like all the way down. Not pretend not to care. Actually. He shrugged his bag up his shoulder. I got a really good head start on that one. Bakugo looked at him for a second too long and then walked off, and the thing on his face was not contempt. 9 days later, on a Sunday morning at 6:14 a.m., in 11 separate districts of Musutafu, a set of rooftop air handling units came on at the same time. That's all it was. No explosion, no message, nothing on the news for 4 hours. 11 HVAC systems in 11 mid-rise buildings ran a scheduled maintenance cycle at dawn on a weekend, and a fine aerosol went out over 11 wards, and the wind that morning was a soft southerly at 9 kilometers an hour, which is the exact wind you would order if you were building a thing like this, and you were patient enough to wait 4 months for the weather. It was in the misters at the Kiyashi Ward Farmers Market. It was in the subway ventilation at Nishimura, Aoyagi, and the Tekai Freight interchange. It was in the cooling fog at an outdoor pool where 41 children had a swimming lesson at 7 in the morning. The first hospital report came in at 10:20. By noon, there were 900. By 2 in the afternoon, Musutafu General had put patients in the corridor, and the second and third wave of reports were coming out of the agencies. And that's when the country understood, because the agencies were reporting heroes. The pathogen went after quirk factor. Whatever it read, and it took the medical community 4 days to establish that it read the bioconductive receptor density in the quirk-expressing tissue, and 41 hours for Izuku Midoriya to establish it alone in a support lab with a borrowed centrifuge. It read something that high-output quirk users had more of. The strongest people in the city got hit the hardest. Death Arms went down at 3:40 p.m. in the middle of an evacuation and did not wake up for 11 days. Kamui Woods was on a ventilator by 9. 206 licensed heroes across 3 prefectures were incapacitated inside 24 hours. And the Hero Response Network, the thing this entire society had built itself on top of, stretched and thinned and tore in 4 places at once. Which was, of course, the point. Somewhere north of the city, while every camera in Japan pointed at a hospital, 11 trucks went into a black site holding facility at the bottom of a mountain and came out again. Nobody was watching. There was nobody left to watch. Izuku Midoriya was in the middle of Aoyagi at 4 p.m., pulling a family out of a stalled subway car with his bare hands, when his phone rang. He didn't answer the first one. He was carrying 2 children up a ladder. He answered the second one because the gold flared behind his eyes for no reason at all. The low wrong hum, the one that had pulled him west in Hosu in the rain, and he stopped on the platform with a 4-year-old on his hip and looked at the screen. Musutafu General Hospital. Hello? He was on the roof of the hospital in 9 minutes. He should not have been able to do it in 9 minutes. He crossed 6 wards in 9 minutes, and he did not remember one of them, and he never did, ever, for the rest of his life. He came out of the suit in the stairwell, jamming it into his bag with his hands going the wrong way, and he came out of the elevator on the 4th floor in a green hoodie, with his hair flat with rain, and stood in a hallway that smelled like every hospital hallway on Earth, flat and white and nothing at all. There were 40 people in that corridor, gurneys against the walls. A man on the floor by the vending machine with an oxygen mask on, and his wife holding it there because there weren't enough hands. Izuku Midoriya stood in the middle of it with his arms at his sides, and his heart going so hard that a nurse 2 rooms down looked up from her chart. A doctor found him. He was young, and he had been awake for 30 hours, and he had the particular gentleness of a person who has already said this 11 times today. You're the son. Where is she? 412. The doctor walked with him. He talked fast because there was no time to talk slowly. She was at the Kiyashi market this morning. She was standing under the produce misters, we think, for some period of time. Her exposure load is the highest we have measured in a living patient, higher than the pool children. I need you to understand that before you go in. She has a quirk, Izuku said. It's small. It's just small objects. She can pull small objects. It's not about the size of it. The doctor stopped outside the door. It's about the tissue. And she took a dose that would have put a top 10 hero on the floor. How long? I don't. How long? The doctor looked at him, and there is a specific thing that happens in a person's face when they decide to tell a 15-year-old the truth, and Izuku had seen it once before in the rain next to a blue sheet. Tonight, he said. Maybe tomorrow morning, not longer. Izuku Midoriya put his hand on the door frame of room 412. The frame cracked. He took his hand off it and looked at the 4 white lines his fingers had left in the paint, and put both hands in the pockets of his hoodie, and went in. Inko Midoriya was in the bed by the window. There were 3 lines going into her left arm and a mask over her mouth and nose, and a monitor above her shoulder doing the work her chest could not. And her hair was flat against her head, and her hands were on top of the blanket, and they looked smaller than they had ever looked in his life. That's what got him. Not the machines. not the sound. She was small. This woman had filled every room she had ever walked into. This woman had cooked for a table of 6 people in a kitchen the size of a closet and stood on the floor beside his mattress for 7 days with a bowl of ice water and refused to move. This woman had hit him with a purse in front of a train station full of strangers. She was small in that bed, and the bed was winning. Her eyes came over to the door, and she found him, and she tried to smile. She got about half of it. The mask took the rest. Izuku made it 4 steps into the room and had to stop and put a hand on the end of the bed frame, and the frame held because he thought about the frame first. And then he came around to the chair and sat down and took her hands in both of his. "Mom," he said. And then he didn't say anything for a long time. The monitor kept going. Somebody's phone went off in the corridor. Outside the window, the city was overcast and enormous and full of 40,000 people who did not know what was in them yet. She squeezed his fingers. It was not much of a squeeze. "You're wet," she said through the mask. "It's raining. You didn't dry your hair. Mom, 16 months. Her eyes closed and opened. 16 months of you coming in that door wet. I'm going to say it one more time, and then I'm done. Dry your hair." Izuku Midoriya put his forehead down on the edge of the mattress and made no sound at all, and his mother took her hand out of his and put it on the back of his head and left it there. He was in the support lab at UA by 9 that night. Here is what he had, and here is how fast he had to move. He had 41 hours of published data on a pathogen that had existed for 15 hours. He had a spider that had been listed as escaped and destroyed in April of the year before last. He had a name he had never forgotten, Dr. Aizu, from a corridor in a white building. And he had his own blood. He figured it out at 11:40 p.m., standing in front of a mass spectrometer with a printout in his hand and power loader asleep in a chair behind him. He had never been sick. Not once. Not in 16 months. Not a cold, not a fever, nothing. In a city where he crawled through sewers and pulled people out of standing water twice a week. And every single infected patient in Musutafu was fighting a pathogen built on a vector that had been assembled from the same 616 source genomes as the thing that bit him. They had built the weapon out of the spider, which meant the spider was in the weapon, which meant the only complete, living, functioning copy of Chimera Line 14 left on the planet was walking around Musutafu in a red and blue suit with a scar on his cheek. "It's me," Izuku said out loud in an empty lab at 11:41 at night. The cure is me. It's been me the whole time. He found Aizu on the second day. He found her because he stopped looking for a person and started looking for a power draw. And a decommissioned pharmaceutical facility on the South Industrial Strip was pulling 400 kilowatts on a meter that had been closed for 6 years. He went through the roof. There were 9 men in that building. 4 of them had guns and 5 of them had quirks. And every single one of them had been told what to do if the spider came. And Izuku Midoriya went through all 9 of them in 11 seconds and hung them from a gantry and did not remember doing it. Dr. Aizu was in the clean room. She had been there for 111 days. She had lost 9 kilos and she had a bruise on her jaw that was 3 weeks old. And she was, when he tore the door off, in the middle of running a titration because they had given her equipment she had begged for at Shirokani for a decade. And because she had been trying for 11 weeks to make the thing she was building not work without them noticing, she looked up at a boy in a torn spider suit standing in a doorway full of ruined steel. "Oh," she said, "you're him. You're Dr. Aizu." You tapped the glass. Her hands were shaking on the pipette. "I've thought about you every day for 2 years. Every day. Do you know what you are? Do you have any idea what you—" "Ma'am," Izuku crossed the room. "My mother is in room 412 at Musutafu General, and she has maybe 30 hours, and I need 48, and I don't have it. So I need you to tell me how to do this faster than it can be done." Dr. Aizu, 49 years old, held prisoner for 111 days, looked at the outcome of her life's work for 4 seconds. Then she stood up and started pulling files. "Sit down," she said. "Roll up your sleeve. Both sleeves, and tell that school of yours I need somebody who can make organic compounds out of nothing because we do not have time to order reagents." Momo Yaoyorozu arrived at 1 a.m. with her hair tied up and a 5-page briefing she had written in the car. She worked for 31 hours. She created enzyme precursors out of her own forearms, 1 gram at a time. From formula she read off a screen in a language she had to learn as she went. And at hour 19, she started shaking. And at hour 24, she threw up in a wastebasket and rinsed her mouth and sat back down. And at hour 29, she produced 11 grams of a stabilizing agent that does not have a common name and put her head down on the bench for 4 minutes and then said, "Next." Recovery girl came at hour 8 to look at Izuku's arm and left the building shouting at 3 different adults because a 15-year-old had given 9 liters of blood in 4 days and was upright and pouring a 4th. "You cannot do this," she said. "Do you understand what you're doing to yourself? I make it back in about 6 hours. Izuku was reading 2 screens at once. "That's a real number. I've tested it. I got shot in Tekai in March and You got what? That's not the topic right now." They finished at 4:55 in the morning on the 4th day. Dr. Aizu came out of the clean room with a rack in her hands and set it on the bench under the light. And there was 1 vial in it, and it was 3/4 full of something that was almost clear and faintly gold if you turned it. Nobody said anything for a while. "That works," Aizu said. "That works completely. That is a live neutralizing agent titrated to a single infection load, and it will clear a body of this pathogen in under 2 hours, and there is exactly enough of it for 1 adult human being. And the other thing," Izuku said. Momo's head came up off the bench. "And the other thing." Aizu put her hands flat on the steel. "If we break it down, if we take that vial and use it as a seed template for a mass synthesis, the way I've laid out, it becomes the master stock for a compound Nagatani Pharmaceutical can run on the line in Ward 9. Their tanks are 11 kilometers from here. They can produce 90,000 doses in a 6-hour cycle." She stopped. "The template is consumed entirely. There is nothing left of it, and there is no second vial because I do not have another 40 hours, and you do not have another 9 liters. How long is the window? Their line goes cold at 11 this morning for a scheduled maintenance shutdown they cannot reverse because the country is on fire and their crew is sick." Aizu looked at the clock. 6 hours. Izuku Midoriya picked up the vial. It weighed almost nothing. That's the thing nobody ever tells you about the objects that break your life in half. He had held 800 tons of hydraulic steel in both hands on a street in Battle Center B, and this was 11 grams of liquid in glass, and it was heavier. He stood there for 10 seconds without moving. There was no attack coming. There was no arc to read, no trajectory, nothing leaving anybody's hand. And for the first time since a fever broke on a 7th morning, the gold in his skull had absolutely nothing to say to him. His hands were completely steady. He hated that more than anything. He was in room 412 at 5:40 a.m. The hospital was worse than it had been. There were people in the stairwells now. There was a man crying on a bench outside the ward on the phone, saying, I know, into it over and over. Inko was awake. She had been in and out for 2 days, and the doctors had stopped using the word stable around Izuku because he had asked them to stop. And when he came through the door, her eyes were open and clear, and she found him immediately, the way she always had in every crowd, at every school gate, from every window. He sat down. He took her hands. You've been busy, she said. Yeah. You look terrible. Yeah. Izuku. Her thumb moved on the back of his hand. Tell me. So he told her. He told her all of it, in plain language, without shaving one edge off it, because he had sat at a kitchen table at 7 in the morning at 14 years old and told this woman about the kettle and the mask and the alley and the shrug, and he had learned that day that he was constitutionally incapable of lying to her, and it was too late to start. He told her about the spider and the weapon and the vector. He told her about the 9 liters. He told her about Dr. Aizu and Momo and the 31 hours. He told her that the pathogen came out of the same animal that bit him, which meant that the entire thing had a road that ran through his own hand on the back of a piece of glass on a Thursday in April, and he had to stop for a second on that part. Then he put the vial on the blanket where she could see it. 1 dose, he said. It's finished. It works. It'd clear you out in 2 hours and you'd be tired for a week and then you'd be fine and you'd be here, Mom. You'd be in the kitchen next Sunday complaining about my hair. She looked at the glass. Or I break it down at Nagatani in Ward 9 before 11 this morning and it seeds 90,000 doses and it goes into every hospital in the prefecture by tonight. The monitor kept its rhythm. Down the hall, an elevator arrived. 40,000 people, Inko said. 41. 41. Mom, how many of them are children? Izuku's jaw worked. Izuku, how many? There was a swimming lesson, he said, and his voice came apart in the middle of it, and he pushed through anyway. At the outdoor pool in Kiyashi, 7 in the morning, 41 kids, and they were in the fog for an hour, and 11 of them are on ventilators right now, and there's a lot more than that. There's a whole ward at Nishimura that's just... He stopped. Inko Midoriya closed her eyes, and then she was afraid, and he watched it happen, and it was the worst thing he had ever seen with his own eyes, worse than a boot sticking out from under a wet blue sheet, because that had been over before he got there, and this was happening in front of him in real time. Her chin went, her hands closed on his so hard that if he had been anybody else, it would have hurt. I don't want to, she said. I know. I don't want to, baby. Her eyes came open and they were wet and enormous and completely present, and he was not a saint, and she was not a symbol, and she was not composed. She was a 43-year-old woman in a bed by a window who had planned to see her son turn 16. I'm so scared. I'm Izuku. I've been lying here for 2 days and I'm so scared. I keep thinking about stupid things. I keep thinking about the laundry. There's a whole load in the machine and it's going to smell, and I keep... Mom, stop. And I want you to give me that. Her voice broke all the way open. I want it. I want it so much. Do you understand? I'm your mother, and I'm not brave. That's not what I am. Your father was the one who ran at things. I've spent my whole life being the person who waits up. You are the bravest person I have ever met in my life. Don't. She was crying now. Both of them were. And the mask was fogging, and a nurse looked through the glass and made the decision not to come in. Don't do that. Don't make me into a poster. Your father hated posters. That got a sound out of Izuku that was not a laugh, and had a laugh somewhere inside it. They sat there. 6 minutes went by. He didn't let go of her hands, and she didn't let go of his. And then Inko Midoriya breathed in as far as she could, which was not very far, and did the last hard thing she ever had to do. Take it to Ward 9, she said. No. Izuku, no. He was shaking his head, and he kept shaking it, and his hands had started to go, and he could not stop them. No, I'll find another way. I've got 11 hours of blood in me. I can go back. Aizu said 40 hours, but Aizu doesn't know what my... You don't have 40 hours, and neither do I. Then He stood up. He sat down. There's... Momo can go again. She can do the precursors again. That girl was asleep on a bench with a needle in her arm. You told me that yourself 20 minutes ago. Inko's hand came up and got hold of the front of his hoodie. Look at me. No, he said, and it came out much quieter this time, and both of them heard the difference. He opened his mouth a third time. Nothing came out. Whatever it was, it got as far as his teeth and stopped there and died because there wasn't one. There was no argument. He had been running the numbers since the second Aizu set the rack on the bench, and there had never been one. And the only thing he had been doing for the last 6 minutes was refusing to be the person who said it out loud, so she said it for him, because that was the last thing left that she could give him, and she gave it. There it is, Inko said. There it is, baby. I know your face. Izuku Midoriya put his head down on the bed and broke. She let him. She put her hand in his hair the way she had for 7 days on a floor beside a mattress with a bowl of ice water, and she let her son come apart on her arm for as long as he needed to, and she talked to him while he did it in the ordinary voice she used for ordinary things. You know what I keep coming back to? She said. The wallpaper. He couldn't answer. You came out of your room that morning with a strip of my wallpaper stuck to your hand, and you were laughing so hard you couldn't breathe. 6:40 in the morning. Her thumb moved. I'd been on that floor for a week. I hadn't slept, and I heard you laugh, and I thought, oh, thank God, he's still in there. She let a breath out. That's who you are. Not the strong thing. Not the The ceilings and the buildings and the news. Her hand tightened in his hair. You're the boy who thought a spider in a tank was the coolest thing he'd ever seen. That's my son. That's the whole thing. Everything else is just what happened to him. Mom. I'm going to say the rest of it now because I'm getting tired, and I want to do it while I sound like me. Izuku lifted his head. Izuku Midoriya looked at her only child, and she did not make a speech, because she had never in her life made one. You've got a folder in your desk drawer, she said. The bottom one, the one that sticks. It's got the electric bill in it, and it's got the certificate from when you were 7 and you won that thing at school for the poster about the moon. And it's got a photograph of your father in the ugliest shirt in Japan. And I want you to keep it in the same drawer. Don't put it somewhere special. You'll never open it if you put it somewhere special. Okay, the green hoodie, not the dryer. I've told you 11 times, it goes on the rack. It's going to be your good one for another 2 years if you stop cooking it. Okay, and you're going to want to sell this apartment, she said, because you're going to walk into that kitchen at 4 in the morning and I won't be in it. And you're going to think you can outrun that. You can't. Stay a year. Stay a whole year and then decide. Mom, I already told you the important one, and you were 14 and you were sitting at that table with rain still in your shoes. Her eyes held him. I said I refused to bury 2 people. Do you remember? Every day? Good. Her chin came up an inch off the pillow. Then hear me say the second half, because I never said it and I should have. I said I wouldn't bury 2 people. Her voice went down to almost nothing. I never said anything about you burying me. That was always going to happen, sweetheart. That was always the deal. I just wanted more of it. Izuku made a sound. Now. Izuku Midoriya breathed in. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and you have 5 hours, and you're going to sit here and hold my hand and be a good boy, and it's going to kill everybody in that building tonight. Her fingers found his and closed. So go. Right now. While I can still do this part properly. I can't leave you alone. You've never left me alone in your life. She was crying again, and she was smiling at the same time. And it was, Izuku thought later, the single most impossible thing any human being has ever done in his presence. Text me when you're on the roof. His whole body flinched. I mean it, she said. Every night for a year. Every single night. Do you know what that was? That wasn't you telling me you were safe. I'm not stupid. You were never safe. Her hand shook in his. It was you telling me you were still there. So keep doing it. Even after. Especially after. Mom, please. Izuku. She got both hands on his. I love you more than I have ever loved anything, including my own life, which is why this is easy, and it is not easy, and I need you to go before I change my mind, because I will. I'm going to. I can feel it coming. He kissed her forehead. He stood up. He put the vial in his pocket. He got to the door and turned around, brought end. She had her eyes on him and both hands up off the blanket, and she said the last thing. There's eggs in the fridge, Inko said. Eat something, baby. You always forget. Izuku Midoriya went out of room 412 at 6:04 in the morning and closed the door behind him with his hands completely steady. The corridor was full. Somebody said something to him, and he did not hear it. He walked past the elevators and went up the stairwell to the roof and put the suit on over a green hoodie he did not take off. And then he stood on the edge of a hospital in the rain for 4 seconds with the vial in his chest pocket and his mother's hands still on his hands. Then he went to Ward 9. It is 11 kilometers from Musutafu General to the Nagatani pharmaceutical plant. He did it in 6 minutes and 40 seconds. He did not go around the buildings. There is footage of that run from 11 traffic cameras and a delivery drone and 1 kid on a balcony in Aoyagi. And the footage is used in training academies now. And what it shows is a red and blue shape crossing a city at roof height in a straight line at a speed the traffic system logged as a fault. He hit the plant loading dock at 6:11, and the night supervisor came out of the office with a clipboard and got as far as, "You can't. Line 4 is cold in 5 hours, Izuku said. I need your master stock intake, and I need your senior chemist, and I need them in 90 seconds. And I have Dr. Kanai Aizu on this phone, and she's going to talk you through it, and this is the antidote." The supervisor looked at a 15-year-old with a cracked mask standing in his doorway, holding out a phone. Then he started running. Here's what happened between 6:11 and 10:52 in the morning, and it deserves to be written down because it was not one boy. The senior chemist came in from home in slippers. 4 members of the line crew came in sick, working with masks on, one of them with a fever of 39 and a daughter in the pediatric ward at Nishimura. Momo Yaoyorozu was driven across the city by power loader at speeds that generated 3 citations and made another 200 grams of stabilizer on the floor of the van. Dr. Aizu ran the synthesis over a video link from the UA support lab with her hands shaking and her voice completely level. At 7:20, the master stock template went into the primary tank. Izuku watched it go. He stood at the observation window on the gantry above line 4 and watched 11 grams of liquid come out of a glass vial and disappear into 4,000 liters of medium, and something in the middle of his chest closed like a hand and never fully opened again. That was the moment. That was the exact moment. Nobody in the building was looking at him. They were all working. At 9:04, the tank came up positive on the assay. At 10:52, the line ran, and the first tray of 90 came off it, and then another, and then another. And at 11:40, the first refrigerated truck went out of the Nagatani gate with a police escort and 40,000 doses behind it. And the second one left 9 minutes later. And by 2 in the afternoon, there were doses at every hospital in 3 wards. 41,000 people got treated in Musutafu that night. 611 died anyway, because they were too far along, and Izuku Midoriya read every one of those names in a list 4 days later and could tell you 11 of them from memory for the rest of his life. 40,000 woke up the next morning, tired and sore and confused and alive. They went to work. They complained about the traffic. They put their kids on buses. Some of them got a bill from the hospital and argued about it. A man in Kiyashi Ward, whose fever broke at 4 a.m., got up and made his wife breakfast for the first time in 11 years, and neither of them ever knew why they got to have that morning. Not one of them knew the name of the boy who made the call. They knew Spiderman. They knew a hospital had gotten an antidote from a support lab. The commission put out a statement thanking the medical community, which was true, and left out one sentence, which was also true. Izuku Midoriya never told anybody. Not once ever in his whole life. He got back to Musutafu General at 12:31 in the afternoon. He came up the stairwell and he was out of the suit before the 4th floor, and he came through the double doors into the ward corridor, and a nurse was standing outside room 412. She was waiting for him. That's how he knew. She was maybe 50. Her name was Sawada. She had been on that ward for 4 days straight, and she had watched 11 people die in that corridor since Sunday. And she had a stain on her scrubs, and she stepped in front of him and put her hand on his arm. She went at 11:50, she said. Izuku stood there. It was quick, and it was easy, and she wasn't in any pain, and I want you to know that isn't a thing we say. Sometimes it's a thing we say. This time it's true. Her hand stayed on his arm. She was awake until about 11:30. She talked. What did she... She said the same thing 4 times. She was worried you'd think nobody was with her. Nurse Sawada's mouth went and she got it back. She asked me to hold her hand. She said, would you hold it so he doesn't have to imagine that nobody did? Izuku Midoriya did not move. I held it, she said, the whole time. Both hands at the end. Thank you, he said, and his voice came out completely normal, which frightened her more than anything else that had happened that week. Then he went in. They had taken the mask off her. That was the first thing. They had taken the mask off and the tubes out, and somebody had smoothed her hair back off her forehead with a damp cloth, and her hands were folded on the blanket, and the monitor was off, and the window was open 2 inches because it had been raining, and the room smelled like wet street instead of like a hospital. She looked like she was asleep. People say that because it's the only sentence available, and it is a lie. And Izuku understood in the first second why it's a lie. Asleep is a thing a person is doing. There was nobody in the bed. The shape of her was in the bed. The specific arrangement of a face he had been looking at since the day he was born was in the bed, and every single thing that had ever made that arrangement into his mother had gone somewhere else, and the stillness of it was total, and it was nothing at all like sleep. He walked over. He sat down in the same chair. He took her hands, and they were cool, and they did not close. That was it. That was the thing. He had held those hands 6 hours ago, and they had held him back so hard it would have hurt an ordinary boy. And now he was holding them, and there was nothing on the other end, and Izuku Midoriya sat in a plastic chair in room 412 at Musutafu General Hospital and made no sound whatsoever for 4.5 minutes. Then he said, "Mom." Nothing answered him. Nothing ever did. "Mom, I did it," he said. "I got it there. It's on the line. There's trucks. There's 40,000 doses. It worked. It worked exactly like she said it would." He stopped. His thumb moved on the back of her hand. "You were right. You were right, and I hate it. I hate it so much." The rain came in through the 2 inches of open window. "I need you to tell me it was worth it," Izuku said. That's not fair. I know that's not fair. That's the most unfair thing anybody's ever asked anybody. But you're the only person who could, and I need you to say it, and you're not going to. And I'm going to be sitting here for the rest of my life, waiting for you to say it. He put his forehead down on her folded hands. "I couldn't save you," he said. "I can hold up a building. I held up a building in front of 40,000 people and they clapped. His shoulders started to go. I can lift a train car. I killed a Nomu with my hands. I put the hero killer on a streetlight. I gave 9 liters of blood in 4 days, and I built the cure. I built it out of my own body. And I had it. I had it in my hand. I had it in my hand, and I gave it away, and I would do it again, and I camped." He stopped. "I can't do this one," Izuku Midoriya said. "Mom, I can't do this one. Tell me what to do." And then it came. It started somewhere under his ribs, and it came up through him with nothing at all in the way. And what came out of Izuku Midoriya in room 412 was the same sound he had made on a rooftop in the rain at 14 years old. The one a neighbor 2 buildings over had described to the police as an animal. The difference was that this time he was not on a roof. He was in a hospital on a Thursday afternoon with the door open. And 40 people in the corridor heard it, and every single one of them stopped what they were doing. Nurse Sawada put her hand over her mouth and stood in the hall and let it happen. A man on a bench with an oxygen line in his nose started crying because he did not know what it was, and he knew exactly what it was. It went on for a while. Then it stopped, and the ward went back to work because there were still people dying in it. And a nurse came in 11 minutes later and found a 15-year-old boy sitting in a chair with his mother's hands in his and his face completely dry. And she asked him if he wanted a minute. And he said, "I've had it," and stood up and kissed his mother's forehead the way he had 6 hours before and left. He took one night, that's all. Everybody who tells this story gets that part wrong. And they get it wrong because they want it to be a week, they want a montage. They want a boy in a bed with the curtains shut for a month. And it wasn't. It was one night in an apartment. He came home at 4 in the afternoon, and he sat down at the kitchen table and he took his father's toolbox out of the cupboard and put it on the table and opened it. Every tool was in its exact right slot. He'd put them there at 14. He took them all out and put them all back. He did that until 11 at night. Then he stopped and sat with his hands flat on the table and looked at the room. Her cardigan was on the back of the other chair. There was a mug on the drain board with a lipstick mark on it. There was a load of laundry in the machine that had been there since Sunday morning and had started to smell exactly the way she said it would, and he did not touch it, because touching it meant she had been right about that too. On the fridge, in her handwriting, on a yellow sticky note, "Eggs, 11, buy more." He looked at that for a long time. The balcony door was open, and the city was going orange, and Izuku Midoriya went out and stood at the rail in the place where a man used to stand, and he did not say anything to anybody, because there was nobody left out there to say it to. He stood there until 3 a.m., then he came inside, and put on the suit and went to work. What happened over the following 15 days does not have an official name. Inside the Hero Public Safety Commission, it is filed as the Musutafu Interdiction Period. Inside the League of Villains, it did not get a name because there was nobody left to name it. Everybody else just calls it the 15 days. He started at the edges. Not the leaders. The leaders were in a hole somewhere, and holes take time. He started with the plumbing because a criminal organization is a supply chain wearing a costume, and Izuku Midoriya had spent 8 months of his 14th year in a basement in Takai learning exactly what that plumbing looks like from underneath. He went to the kettle first. He came down the loading ramp at 11 at night, through the door with the painted-over window into a basement the size of a gymnasium that smelled like sweat and tape and old rain, and 400 people looked up at a boy in red and blue standing at the bottom of a ramp where a kid in a cracked plastic mask used to stand. Somewhere in the back, one voice, uncertain, started it. No. Bot? Why? 400 people did not pick it up because 400 people had watched a video from Hosu, and they had watched a video from the USJ. And there is a point where a room stops cheering and starts doing math. Izuku walked across the floor. Nobody touched him. Tokuma Ide was at the corner table with the leather ledger open in front of him and a good coat on the back of his chair, and he had a quirk that remembered every number he had ever seen. And he had spent 3 years turning that into a business, moving money for people who could not use a bank. He did not run. That's to his credit. He put his pen down. You've grown, Ledger said. You've expanded. Izuku pulled the chair out and sat down across from him. 4 brokers, 11 safe houses, 3 medical suppliers, and a man in Aoyagi who moves cash for people who buy Nomu components. All of it goes through this book because you don't trust a hard drive, because you're the only man in Japan who doesn't have to. Ledger's hand moved half an inch toward the ledger. Izuku's hand was already on it. I'm going to tell you something, Izuku said, and his voice was pleasant. And every person in a 10-meter radius took a step back from that table for reasons they could not have articulated. 4 days ago, there were 41 kids in a swimming pool in Kiyashi Ward at 7 in the morning. 11 of them went on ventilators. My mother was standing in a produce mister 2 kilometers from here. I don't have anything to do with... Page 94. Izuku turned the book around and put a finger on a line. 6 payments to a chemical brokerage in Yokohama that has no clients and 1 client. That's the aerosol dispersal units. You wrote it down yourself in your own hand in the neatest handwriting I've ever seen. He looked up. You did the plumbing. Somebody else did the rest. Congratulations, you've had the best year of your life. Tokuma Ide, who had never once raised his voice, said, What do you want? The book, Izuku said, and took it. And 40 minutes of you talking. Then he stood up and turned around and looked at 400 people in a basement. Everybody in this room has a warrant or a reason to have one, he said conversationally in a voice that carried to the walls. I'm not here for you. You get one. He tipped his head at the ramp. Go home. Get a job. If I ever come back down here, it won't be to talk. 400 people left in 90 seconds. There was a scuffle at the door. Somebody lost a shoe. The kettle never opened again. What he did with the book over the next 2 weeks was the most frightening thing anybody in that city had ever watched. 11 safe houses in 9 days. He didn't announce them. He didn't wait for warrants. And the commission spent 4 days trying to decide whether to stop him, and then found out that publicly ordering the Spiderman to stand down during a bioweapon investigation polled at 9% approval and stopped trying. The pattern was always the same. Roof. Vibration. Count the heartbeats. Go in through whatever wall was load-bearing. He came out with people wrapped in silk and stuck to lampposts, and he came out with hard drives, and he came out with names, and every name went into a notebook, and every notebook led to the next door. And 4 times in 15 days, it went past that. The first was in the Aoyagi cash house, where a man named Sakurai had a quirk that made his hands into cutting edges and 11 seconds of warning that somebody was coming through the wall. He put a woman in front of himself. A bookkeeper, 51 years old, 3 kids, in that room, because she needed the work. Izuku came through the wall, and Sakurai had the blade at her throat before the dust dropped, and he said the thing that people say, back up or I'll do it. And here's what Izuku Midoriya had learned in Hosu in the rain from a man in stitched red rags. Elite killers use hostages because they understand exactly what a hero will trade. Izuku did not back up. He fired an impact web into the man's forearm at 70 meters a second from 4 meters away, and the arm came away from her throat because the elbow no longer worked in that direction. And then he crossed the room and put him through a support column. And the man was alive when the ambulance came, and he had one functioning hand for the rest of his life. The bookkeeper sat on the floor and shook, and Izuku knelt in front of her and said, "You're okay. You're okay. Look at me. What's your kids' names?" And she told him, and he made her say them twice because that works. And she stopped shaking on the second one. The second was worse. The second was a subway platform at Tekai Interchange, 11 days in at 6:40 in the evening with 400 commuters on it. His name was Hozuki, and he had been on the payroll of the people who ran the dispersal units. And when the safe house above the interchange came apart, he went down into the station with a canister on his back and a quirk that turned his own blood into a nerve agent. And he opened the seal at the top of the escalator with 400 people below him and 11 seconds of aerosol in the tank. There was no negotiation available. There was no window in which a speech does anything. Izuku Midoriya came off the ceiling of a subway station at 40 meters a second, with every volt in his body in his right hand, and hit a man in the base of the skull, and the current went through the brainstem, and the canister seal closed because the hand holding it stopped being a hand that held things. The man was dead before he reached the tile. The platform screamed. Somebody's phone was already recording. Izuku picked up the canister, checked the seal, walked it up the stopped escalator, and handed it to the first hazmat officer who arrived 4 minutes later and said, "It's intact. It didn't go. Nobody down there took a breath of it." Then he said, "There's a body at the top of the north stairs. It's mine." He sat on the curb outside that station for 11 minutes with his elbows on his knees before he went back to work, and he did not make a speech about it to anybody, then or ever. And when a reporter asked him about it at 3 a.m. through the window of a news van, he said one sentence and swung away. The country argued about that sentence for a year. The hero community did not know what to do with him. That's the honest record. There is a transcript of a conversation between two pros in a Musuto Fatafu agency break room on day 12, recorded on an internal safety system and leaked 11 months later. And it is the whole thing in miniature. He killed a man on Wednesday. He killed a man who was venting nerve agent onto 400 commuters. I know what the man was doing. A chair moved. I'm asking what we do about the sentence, "He killed a man on Wednesday." Nothing. There's nothing to do. He's 15 and he's licensed and the commission's already ruled it. I'm not talking about the ruling. A long pause. I've been in this job 19 years. I've been in 11 situations where the only thing that would have worked was what he did, and I didn't do it. And in 4 of those, people died, and I went home and I told myself I did it right. Another pause. So what am I? Because if he's a monster, then I'm a coward, and if I'm not a coward, then he's... Don't finish that. I wasn't going to. Neither of them ever finished it. That conversation has been reprinted in 3 ethics textbooks, and it has no ending in any of them. On the morning of day 13, a commentator on a national morning program, a woman who had done hero analysis for 9 years and had a script in front of her, got to the top of the hour and looked at the monitor, which was showing 4 seconds of a boy standing on a subway curb with his elbows on his knees, and said, "Spiderman. Spiderman has Spiderman." Then she stopped talking for 3 full seconds of live broadcast, which is a very long time, and said, "I don't have anything for this. I'm sorry, I've got nothing." And they went to weather. Bakugo watched that in his dorm room, alone, sitting on the end of his bed with his forearms on his knees. He turned it off. Then he sat in the black screen for about a minute and turned it back on. Todoroki Shoto stood at the window of the common room at 2 in the morning with his left hand open in front of him, palm up, watching a small flame sit in it and do nothing at all. Ochako Uraraka called Izuku's phone 11 times in 15 days. It went to voicemail 11 times. She left one message. "I'm not scared of you, Izuku." 6 words. She hung up and put her face in a pillow and screamed into it, and then went to training in the morning and put 4 people on the floor. He listened to that message 40 times. On day 15, they came for him. The league had been losing infrastructure for 2 weeks and had finally understood that the boy was not going to stop working inward, and so the man in the room with no windows made a decision, which was the only real mistake of his very long life. He decided to make Izuku Midoriya spend himself. At 7:20 on a Friday evening, 12 high-end Nomu came into Musutafu. They came out of a portal in the middle of the Kiyashi Ward Plaza in front of a mall that had been rebuilt after a man in a parking garage knocked it into 3 pieces. And they came out fast and they came out coordinated, and every one of them had been built with one instruction burned into what was left of its brain. Break him. The heroes were still sick. 206 of them were still on their backs, and the city knew it, and the league knew it. And that is why they picked that Friday. Izuku Midoriya got there in 4 minutes and 11 seconds and fought for 2 hours and 40 minutes. There is more footage of that fight than of any other event in modern Japanese history. 11,000 phones, 41 news drones, a traffic helicopter that ran out of fuel and had to be replaced mid-fight by a second traffic helicopter. Here is what it looked like from the street. He took the first one apart in 9 seconds by putting both hands on the sides of its head and dumping everything he had through the exposed cortex, because he had learned that in a domed rescue facility a lifetime ago, and he had gotten better at it since. The second one had a regeneration payload. That one took 11 minutes, and he finished it by driving it 40 meters into the exposed rebar frame of the mall's south wing and folding the frame around it. The third and fourth came at him together, and he used the fourth one to hit the third one, which is a sentence that appeared in 9 newspapers. The fifth had wings. He took it up and came down with it. 400 meters of drop, wrapped around it, holding, while it tore his left sleeve and shoulder open, and he let go at 11 meters. And it did not. Numbers 6 through 9 were on the ground, and they were among the civilians. And that is where the fight stopped being a fight and became work. He spent 31 minutes doing nothing but moving people. Off the plaza, out of the collapsed food court, out of a bus that went over on its side with 11 passengers still in it. He fought while carrying. He webbed a Nomu's arms to a lamppost with a 9-year-old under his left arm and apologized to the 9-year-old for the noise. By minute 90, he had 11 broken things in his body. By minute 120, he had stopped talking. And everybody watching on 11,000 phones understood exactly what that meant. Because he always talked, and the silence coming out of that plaza was the most upsetting thing on the internet that year. He took the 10th one down at minute 141 by tearing a fire hydrant out of the sidewalk with one hand and using it. He took the 11th one down at minute 159, and he did not remember doing it. And then at 10:03 p.m., the 12th Nomu came out of the smoke at the north end of the plaza, and Izuku Midoriya was on his hands and knees on a broken street in the middle of a crater full of steaming water, and he had nothing left. Nothing. The web fluid was dry, both organic ports and both cartridges, and he had never in 16 months run all 4 dry. The current in his nerves was gone, spent down to a flicker that didn't reach his fingers. 2 ribs on the left, the collarbone, 3 fingers on the right hand, a tear in his side that had gone through the suit and into the muscle and was leaking down into his boot. He got 1 foot under himself and it did not hold. The 12th Nomu came down the plaza at a walk because there was no reason to hurry, and 400 people who had been running for 2 hours and 40 minutes stopped running. It started with one man. He was 63 years old. He had a bad hip and 19 years on the job, and then 4 more, and he had worked nights at a pawn shop on the corner of Nishimura Street until they let him go, and now he worked nights at a parking structure 2 blocks off the Kiyashi Plaza. His name was Kubo. He walked out of the crowd behind the police line. There was no police line. The police were pulling people out of a bus, and he walked past 100 people with their phones up, and he went out into the middle of that broken plaza and stood in front of a 15-year-old boy on his hands and knees and turned around and faced a 3-meter engineered organism and put his arms out. He did not say anything at first. He was breathing too hard from the walk. The second one was a woman in a food court uniform who had been screaming on this same plaza 16 months earlier when a giant in a parking garage went into a bank. The third and fourth were 2 guys from a moving company with nothing in their hands. Then it was 11 people. Then it was 40. Then it was a line across the north end of the Kiyoshi Ward Plaza, 400 people deep in places, ordinary people with nothing, standing shoulder to shoulder between a monster and a boy who could not stand up. A teenager in the crowd with a phone, he was 19 now, he'd been 15 the first time, and he had 11 million subscribers because of a clip he shot on this exact pavement, was filming, and he was crying, and he did not narrate. He said one thing near the end, and it went out live to 400,000 people, and then to every screen in the country within 9 minutes. And it is carved into a wall in that plaza now. He said, "That kid has been standing in front of us since he was 14 years old, and nobody ever once asked him if he was tired." The Nomu stopped 4 meters from Kubo. It had been built to kill a specific target, and it had no instruction whatsoever for 400 civilians standing in a line. And the thing that passed for a decision in what was left of its head took about 11 seconds. 11 seconds was enough, because Izuku Midoriya, on his hands and knees in a crater, heard that sentence. He looked up. He saw 400 backs. He saw an old man with a bad hip standing in front of him with his arms out. And he knew that face. He knew that face the way you know a bruise, because he had looked down at it once in the rain on a wet concrete sidewalk with 140,000 yen in his hoodie pocket and shrugged. Izuku Midoriya got up. He got up on a leg that did not want to and one hand that could not close. And he walked forward through the line, and people moved aside for him and put their hands on his shoulders and his back as he went past. Dozens of them, hands on his arms, on the spider on his chest, and he came out the front of that crowd and he stood in front of a 63-year-old security guard. "Sir," he said, "get behind me. Son, please." His voice cracked all the way through. "Please, I owe you one." Kubo did not understand that, and never did. He stepped back. What Izuku Midoriya did in the next 40 seconds should not have been possible with an empty body, and the medical review board said so in writing. And the answer is in the footage if you look at his hands. He had no webbing and no current. He had 400 people behind him and a broken city under his feet, and he tore a light standard out of the plaza, 11 meters of steel, and he swung it into the Nomu's knee, and when it came down, he got both hands on the back of its skull and put it into the ground, and then he did it again and again, and the fourth time the plaza cracked in a circle, and the thing stopped moving. Then he stood there, swaying with his hands hanging. 400 people made a noise that the acoustic sensors on a news drone recorded at 126 decibels. He turned around and put a hand up, and then he sat down on the broken pavement, because his legs were finished, and 11 people caught him before he got there. A news van got to him 9 minutes later before the ambulances, because that is the world. A reporter with wet hair leaned in over 3 people who were trying to keep him upright and put a microphone in his face and asked the question they always ask, the one that means nothing, and gets asked anyway. "Why do you keep doing this?" Izuku Midoriya looked up at her with one lens cracked and blood in his mouth. "I don't do this because it's easy," he said. "I do it because nobody else was standing here." Then he pushed the microphone gently to one side and asked a paramedic if the people in the bus had gotten out. He was in a bed for 31 hours and out of it in 32. A recovery girl used everything she had on him and then sat down in a chair and cried for 4 minutes with her hands over her face, which nobody at UA had ever seen and nobody ever mentioned. On the second morning, he walked out of Musutafu General on his own legs in a hoodie, and there were 200 people outside the doors who did not know he was in there and had come anyway with flowers and paper and things they'd made. He went home. He slept 11 hours. Then he opened notebook 47 to page 41, where a 14-year-old had written 9 scenarios about somebody hurting this city on purpose, and drew a line through 8 of them, and on the 9th one, which was correct, which had been correct for 4 months, which said if the objective is the boy, then the answer is where the boy was made. He wrote one word, Shirokane. He went and stood outside it on a Thursday night. The Shirokane Genome Institute sits in a valley 11 kilometers north of Musutafu, at the end of a road with a gate on it, and it had been closed for 16 months. The grass had come up through the parking lot. The white had gone gray where the rain ran down. It was not a base. It had no fortifications, no guards, no cameras that worked. There were 11 trucks in the loading bay with their doors open and their tires flat. It was just a place. That's what made it worse. Izuku Midoriya stood on the ridge above it in the rain for 4 minutes and looked down at a building where a boy had leaned on a piece of glass and fogged it with his breath. And he understood, in a way that he could not have put into a sentence, that everything in his life had been drawn on this valley like a circle. His father, his mother, a swimming lesson at 7 in the morning, 11 grams in a glass vial. All of it came out of a corridor in there with a propped open door. Halfway down the hill, on the fire escape of the disused staff dormitory at the edge of the property, there was a kid, 9 years old, maybe 10, local from the village down the valley road. He should not have been out there, and his mother did not know he was, and he had climbed onto that fire escape every night for 11 nights because there had been trucks at the Institute, and trucks are interesting. He was wearing a mask. It was homemade. It was a red knit hat with the front cut out, and 2 ovals of white plastic from a milk bottle sewn in with black thread badly by a child, and it did not fit. And one of the eyes was higher than the other. He saw Izuku come down the hill. He didn't shout. He didn't ask for anything. He stood up on the fire escape landing in a bad red mask with his knees shaking, and he raised one arm and folded his 3rd and 4th fingers into his palm, the way you do, and held it out. Izuku Midoriya stopped in the rain. Then he raised his own hand, folded the 3rd and 4th fingers into his palm, and held it out. Nobody fired anything. It lasted about 2 seconds. "Go home," Izuku said. "Right now. Run, and don't stop at the road." The kid ran. Izuku watched him all the way to the tree line, and then he took out his phone and made one call. And wire bell answered on the second ring at 11:41 at night, the way he had every single time. Shirokane Genome Institute, North Valley, Izuku said, "If I'm not out in 90 minutes, tell them where to dig." Then he hung up before the man could say anything, because he knew what he would say, and because he had already been told once to be fast, he went in. The lobby was full of leaves. He walked past the reception desk where a class of 14-year-olds had put on visitor badges, and down a glass corridor with the airlocks dead and standing open, and past a wall of terrariums with nothing in them. Every lit up, dust on the sand. Terrarium 14 still had the label on the glass. Subject 14, bioelectric hybrid, handling, level 4 only. He stood in front of it. 16 source species, said a voice from the far end of the corridor. 10 years, 4 months, 11 researchers, a budget of 1.4 billion yen, 3/4 of it hidden inside an agricultural grant. A pause that had a smile inside it, and they wrote handling instructions on a strip of laminate and hung it at the eye level of a child. He was standing in the doorway to the main atrium, and he was Shadow, and there is no better description available, because everybody who ever tried to describe All for One described the space he took up. "Izuku Midoriya," he said. "Come in. I've been reading about you for 4 months. It's the most interesting thing I've done in 20 years. Izuku walked into the atrium. It was 4 stories, glass roof, a dry fountain in the middle, and the rain was coming through where the panels had gone. "You put the pathogen in a produce mister," he said. "I put it in 11 ventilation systems. The mister was a bonus." The shadow tilted its head. "Your mother." "Yes, I read that too. Musutafu General, room 412, 11:50 in the morning." A pause. "You had a cure in your hand and you took it to Ward 9. Nobody knows that. Did you know that nobody knows that? 2 people know it. 3. The shadow spread its hands. "Do you understand how remarkable that is? Not the choice. Anybody can make a choice. Choices are cheap. Martyrs are a commodity in this country. The silence." He took a step forward. "You gave away the only thing you have ever wanted, and you did not tell a single person because telling them would have made it about you. Boy, I have eaten the powers of 200 men and I have never once met that. You're stalling, Izuku said. You've been talking for 40 seconds. Why? Because I am going to lose this building tonight, All for One said, and I want the recording. And then the fight started, and it started with Izuku Midoriya being wrong. He came in low and left, off the fountain rim, and it was the correct opening. Izuku had 4 openings for a man that size, and this was the one with the best angle and the shortest commitment. All for One was not there. Not dodged. Not blocked. He had moved before Izuku's foot left the stone, 3/4 of a second early, in the way that Izuku himself had been moving for 16 months, and the gold flared in Izuku's skull at the exact moment the counter arrived. Which is to say 2 beats late. The hand came down on Izuku's back and drove him through the fountain. Marble came apart. The mount, he went through it and out the other side and came up on the wall 4 meters off the floor, and he crouched there and he did the thing that made him the most dangerous 15-year-old alive. He recalibrated. Okay. He's reading me. Not the sense. He doesn't have the sense. He'd have used it differently. He's reading intent. There's a quirk for that. There has to be. And it's cheap and it's slow, and he's had 40 years to make it fast. He's the first person I've fought who thinks like I do. You have a reader, Izuku said, out loud. I have a great many things. Intent perception, probably 9-10 meters, probably needs line of sight. Izuku's lenses tick down. And you're combining it with something kinetic and something spring-loaded and something that makes air do what you want. And you've had 40 years to layer them, which means you're not going to be surprised by anything I choose. Correct. Cool, Izuku said. Then I'm going to stop choosing. And he went at it the way he had gone at a corridor in Block 22. He gave up efficiency. He gave up the best available option. He fired a line at the ceiling and cut it. He came off the wall and fell wrong on purpose. He threw a chunk of fountain at a window on the other side of the room for no reason at all, and then went the opposite way at full speed. And the thing about intent perception is that it reads what a man means to do. And Izuku Midoriya stopped meaning anything for 40 seconds and just moved. He landed 9 hits. The 8th one broke something in All for One's ribs, and the 9th one, gold-lit, came in at the back of the neck and put a man who had not been knocked down since the last century onto a knee. The atrium roof went out. Not a panel, the roof. All for One put his palm up, and an air blast took the entire glass ceiling off the building and dumped it into the valley. And then he came up through the hole with Izuku after him. And the fight went out into open air. They wrecked the north wing, they went through the 3rd floor and out the side of it into the rain. All for One's arms did something under the coat that made them longer, and the reach caught Izuku across the chest and folded him around a stanchion, and Izuku tore the stanchion out of the wall and hit him with it. They went down through the loading bay roof into a truck bay, with 11 flat-tired trucks in it, and came up out of the trucks. Every single quirk All for One used, he used as part of something else. That's the thing Izuku could not stop noticing even while he was bleeding. Nothing was ever one power. The air blast was a delivery system for the reach. The reach set up the kinetic amplifier. The amplifier existed to make a springing quirk arrive as an impact instead of a jump. 40 years of a man who collected tools and then spent decades learning where each one sat in his hand. You are better than I estimated, All for One said up on the collapsed roof of the West Lab in the rain. You are also 15 and you have been fighting for 11 minutes and you have a hole in your side from Friday that has opened again. I've noticed. What do you imagine this city will give you back? He tilted his head. You have given them your father's life, your mother's life, and 9 liters of your own blood. And on Wednesday, they held a panel discussion about whether you are a murderer. What is the settlement, boy? What is the number at the end of the column? Izuku Midoriya, standing on a broken roof with rain running off his mask, said the truest thing he knew. The city doesn't owe me anything, he said. I'm the one who owes it. Something in the shadow went still. Ah, All for One said. There it is. You believe that? Yeah. That is why you will die young. He raised a hand. And that is why I'm going to take your genome and put it in something that does not. He came in with everything at once. Air, reach, amplification, the springing quirk, driving all of it forward, 4 powers arriving as one event across 11 meters of wet concrete. And Izuku Midoriya stopped holding the current in. He had spent 16 months learning to put it in a fist. He had put it in a fist and cracked Nomu's nervous system, and put it down a web line and turned a man into a lamp, and put it up through both arms into a zero-pointer's hydraulic joint. And every single time he had been aiming it, funneling it, keeping it in one place, because that was the only way he had ever thought about it, he had never once let go of all of it at the same time in every direction. He did it on a rooftop in the rain, 11 meters from the most dangerous man alive, with his arms out. The air between them turned white. That's the only way anybody who saw it from the Valley Road described it. The rain in a 9-meter radius stopped being rain and became something else. Every drop a conductor, the whole volume of falling water lighting from inside at once, and the current went out through it in a sphere and found the steel in the roof and the rebar in the walls and the 11 trucks in the bay below, and every one of them lit up, and for about a second and a half, the Shirokane Genome Institute was the brightest object in the prefecture. You could see it from Musutafu. 11 kilometers. There is a photograph taken from a balcony in Aoyagi of an orange city with a white star sitting on the north horizon. All for One took the whole thing across an outstretched arm and a chest with 4 broken ribs in it. His coat went. His right arm locked at the elbow and stayed locked. Every nerve in a body that had been assembling itself for a century arrived at the same conclusion in the same instant. And the man who had not been surprised since the Meiji era went down onto both knees on a wet roof with smoke coming off him and did not get up for 9 seconds. Izuku Midoriya's boots had melted into the surface of the roof. He tore them free and walked forward. "Okay," he said. "That's the first time I've done that. Sorry about your coat." "Remarkable," All for One said from his knees. "Remarkable. Do you know what you are? Do you have any conception? People keep asking me that. You are a delivery mechanism for the 21st century, and you use it to pull cats out of drains." "Yeah, well," Izuku raised a fist, "somebody has to." And All for One said, "Yes. And now you will find out what it costs." He had been saving something. It was not a strong quirk. That is the awful part. And the review board's report on this fight spends 4 pages on it. It was a nothing quirk taken 41 years earlier from a woman in Osaka who had used it to help her husband sleep. It had no offensive application whatsoever, and it had never been used in combat by anybody in the history of the world. It severed nerve signal on contact, not damage, not pain. It went in through the skin and interrupted the conversation between a nervous system and itself. And it needed one thing to work, a hand on the target. Izuku's spider sense screamed the way it screams, a punch coming, an object in the air, a trajectory, danger, and All for One did not attack. He reached out. He put his open palm flat on Izuku Midoriya's chest, on the black spider, gently, like a man steadying a door. And the gold went out. There is no way to write what that was, because Izuku Midoriya had a sense that no human being has ever had, and then he did not have it. And the closest anybody has ever come to describing it is a thing he said once, 4 years later, to a room of second years. And he only said it once. He said, "You know how you don't notice the sound of your own house until the power goes off?" Everything in his head stopped talking at the same time. 16 months of a world that arrived half a second early. 16 months of every intention in every room laying itself out like a diagram. The thing that had pulled him left 40 degrees on a sidewalk at dusk, that had caught 11 tennis balls out of 11, that had put him under a zero-pointer's fist at the right moment, and had pulled him west in Hosu in the rain. Gone. In 1 second. Between one heartbeat and the next. And then All for One's other hand hit him. Amplified. Springing. Arriving with the mass of a truck, and Izuku Midoriya had no warning of any kind for the first time since a fever broke on a 7th morning, and he took it full in the left side and went off the roof. He went 11 meters down through the loading bay and into the concrete floor of the truck dock, and something in his side broke in a way that broke other things next to it. And he came to rest on his back in 6 inches of standing water with the rain coming down through the hole he'd made. He tried to get up. His left arm didn't answer. He looked at it and told it to move and watched it not move. And there was nothing at his temple, nothing at all. No halo, no hum, no gold. And the silence in his own skull was so total that for 4 seconds, he genuinely thought he was already dead. Above him, on the edge of the hole, 4 stories up, the shadow looked down. There, All for One said, "Now you are what you were born as." Izuku Midoriya lay in the water. Here's what was in his head. All of it. 30 seconds worth, and it is on record because he wrote it down 2 months later in a notebook that his daughter read 40 years after that. Okay, get up. I can't feel it. It's gone. Everything's gone. I can't hear the building. I can't hear him. I've got nothing. I'm just a guy in a costume in a hole. Get up. Left arm's out. Ribs are done. There's something in my side that's moving when it shouldn't. And if I stand up, it's going to get worse. And I'm going to bleed out on this floor in about 11 minutes and nobody's coming. I told Wirebell 90 minutes. I've got 70 left. They'll find me here. They'll find me in the water, in the building where it started. He's going to walk out of here. He's going to walk out of here and get in one of those trucks and go build another one and put it in a swimming pool at 7 in the morning. Get up. I can't. And then in the water, in the black, with the rain coming down on his face through a hole in a roof, Izuku Midoriya heard the 2 voices he had left. His father's first, because his father's was always first. On a balcony, with the city going orange behind him, flicking his son's ear. It's the truth. On a poster, which is the worst place for it. Nobody reads posters. And then his mother's. Not from the bed. From the kitchen table at 7 in the morning, with rain still in his shoes and every ugly thing he had ever done sitting on the table between them, her hands closing in the back of his shirt. So, you'd better build something with it, baby. Izuku Midoriya's right hand closed in the water. He rolled onto his side, and his left arm came with him like luggage, and he got the right elbow under himself, and then his right knee. And then he stopped, because everything in his torso was screaming at him in a language he had never had to listen to before, since he had spent 16 months being warned about pain before it arrived. He listened to it. He got up anyway. He came up onto both feet in the middle of the truck dock in 6 inches of water with his left arm hanging and blood running off the fingers of it, and he lifted his head and looked 4 stories up at a man in the rain. "Stay down," All for One said. "You have nothing left. I have taken the only thing that made you unusual. Every day I put this suit on is a promise," Izuku Midoriya said. His voice did not sound like anything. It was completely level, and it carried up through 4 stories of falling water. To him, to her, to every person I was too late for. He took 1 step forward and it held. "You don't get to take that from me." The shadow on the edge of the hole was still for a moment. "Sentiment," it said. "You are bleeding into your own boot." "Yeah, you cannot see me coming." "No." "Then what precisely do you imagine is going to happen now?" Izuku Midoriya spat blood into the water and rolled his one working shoulder. "You want to know what I think about quitting?" he said. "I think quitting is the only thing that's never been an option." Then he went up the wall. Here's what All for One had wrong, and it is the only thing he had wrong, and it killed the last 40 years of his plans. He thought the sense was the weapon. He had spent 4 months studying a boy through a screen, and he had correctly identified the golden halo as the single most militarily significant thing in that body, and he had saved a nothing quirk from Osaka for 4 decades to take it away. And he had been right about all of it. He was wrong about what the boy was. Because Izuku Midoriya had spent 8 months in a basement in Tekai at 14 years old fighting 3 people at a time in a chain link cage, and he had learned to feel the floor before he learned to read the future, and he had spent 16 months filling 47 notebooks with the exact torque of other people's engines and the exact way Endeavor drops his left shoulder before a big one. He did not need to see it coming. He had been watching this man fight for 11 minutes, and he had the whole pattern, and it was in his hands, and the hands still worked. He came up the wall on 3 limbs, and came over the lip of the hole low, and All for One's arm extended, and the air went hard in front of it, and Izuku went under it because he had counted, because the reach always came second, because the air blast always came first to clear the lane. And the gap between them was a third of a second, and it had been a third of a second every single time for 11 minutes. He put his right shoulder into the man's broken ribs. They went across the roof together. All for One got a hand up, and the nerve-severing palm came at his face, and Izuku turned his head and let it hit the mask, which is a piece of polycarbonate from a motorcycle helmet and has no nerves in it at all. Then he hit him. Not with current. There was nothing left. He'd put it all into the rain. With a right hand attached to a body that had held 800 tons of hydraulic steel over a girl with a pinned leg, he hit him in the jaw, and All for One's feet left the roof. He came off the surface after him, one-armed, and caught him in the air by the front of the shirt and turned in the middle of the fall and drove him down through the roof of the West Lab, through a bench full of dead glassware, through the floor of that and into the sublevel, and the two of them landed in a corridor 11 meters underground with a sign on the wall that said, "Restricted." Izuku Midoriya got up first. He looked at the sign for a quarter of a second. He recognized it. Then he took a man who had eaten 200 quirks and put him into the wall under that sign, and then into the opposite wall. And when All for One's hand came up for the last time, palm open, reaching the nothing quirk from Osaka going for skin, Izuku caught the wrist in his right hand and broke it, and the sound was flat and final in a concrete corridor. He hit him 4 more times. He did not toy with him. There was no crouch, no tilt of the head, no line about anybody's junior. He put every single thing he had left into 4 punches in a row into a body on the floor of the corridor where a 14-year-old had once been stung on the back of the hand, and after the 4th one, All for One stopped moving. He did not get up. He did not get up, ever again. Izuku Midoriya stood in that corridor with his left arm hanging and his chest heaving and water running down the walls, and the emergency light at the far end was doing what emergency lights do, and there was nobody left in the building to make a sound. The silence went on for a while. He sat down on the floor because his legs were finished. "Boy," said All for One. He was face down, and he was breathing, and he was conscious, and he would be conscious for another 11 minutes, and then in a hospital bed with 11 guards on the door for the rest of a very short life. "Yeah," Izuku said. "You will outlive them." His voice had almost nothing in it now. "That is the thing nobody tells you. Not the pain, the arithmetic of it. Boy, you are 15. You will do this for 60 years, and you will be very good at it. And you will bury every single person who is standing next to you tonight, one at a time, and each one of them will say, 'Thank you,' on the way out." A breath. "I have been alive for a very long time. I know exactly what is on the other end of your road, and you do not. And the only difference between us is that I stopped paying." Izuku sat there in the water. He thought about it. That's the part that matters. He didn't answer fast, and he didn't answer angry, and he thought about it for a good 4 seconds with his hand pressed to a hole in his side. "Yeah, I know," he said. The shadow on the floor said nothing. "I've known since I was 14, since the 19th of February, about 11:52 at night." Izuku's head went back against the concrete. "You don't get to hand me the bill like it's news. I've been paying it every month for 2 years. "Then why?" "Because on the other end of your road, there's nobody standing next to you at all," Izuku Midoriya said. "You've got a room with no windows. I've got 400 people who stood in front of me on a Friday because they thought I was tired." He turned his head and looked at the man on the floor, and he was 15 years old, and his voice was very tired and completely certain. "You didn't stop paying," he said. "You just stopped having anything worth being charged for." The pros came in at 12:41 a.m., 11 minutes late, because Wirebell had made the call at exactly 90 minutes, and the helicopter had to come from Musutafu. They came in through a hole in the roof of the north wing, and they came up the valley road with 11 vehicles, and they went through that building room by room with weapons up and found nothing to point them at. All Might came down into the sub-level corridor first, because of course he did. He stood at the end of it for about 4 seconds, looking at the 2 shapes on the floor. One face down and finished, one sitting against the wall in a red and blue suit with a left arm at the wrong angle and a hand pressed into his own side. Then he crossed 40 meters faster than a man that shape should be able to. Young Midoriya. He's alive. Izuku's head came up. Don't let anybody touch his hands. Either hand. There's a nerve thing. It's contact-based. It'll shut down whoever grabs him for about, I don't know. Mine's coming back. It's coming back slow. He blinked. It is coming back, right? All Might got an arm under him. There's a reader on him too, Izuku said as he was lifted. Intent perception, about 9 meters. So when you talk to him, don't decide anything first. Young man, please stop briefing me. Sorry. Habit. Aizawa Shoda came down that corridor 90 seconds later with an arm still stiff from a splint made of webbing 11 months earlier, and he walked the length of it, and he stood over the body of All for One in the flickering light, and he did not say a single word for a very long time. Then he looked at the wall where a sign said, restricted, and at the smear of blood underneath it, and he said the name. Midoriya. That was all. That was the whole eulogy for the 20th century. The country did not process that week. It is still processing that week. Here's what it looked like on television. Sunday, the pathogen. Thursday, an antidote out of a support lab, no name attached. 15 days of a boy in a red and blue suit taking a criminal organization apart from the outside in, and a subway platform, and a panel discussion. A Friday with 12 Nomu in the Kiyashi Ward Plaza and 400 civilians in a line. And then the following Thursday at 1 in the morning, an emergency broadcast from the Hero Public Safety Commission with 3 people at a table who all looked like they'd been woken up, saying a name that 99% of the population had never heard and would never forget. The League of Villains functionally ended that night. Shigaraki was picked up 11 days later in a warehouse in Kansai by a task force of 9 and did not resist because there was nothing left to resist with. And the last thing he said before they put the restraints on was the spider, which nobody in that task force ever explained. On the Friday morning, a national program ran a 9-minute segment. The reporter was 31 and had covered Heroes for 4 years and had a teleprompter in front of her and 11 pages of notes, and behind her, on the wall-sized monitor, the producers had made a choice, and the choice was the sports festival footage from 16 months earlier. The zero-pointer's fist coming down. A crater going out in white lines through the asphalt. A 15-year-old with both palms open and his knees dropping 4 inches into the ground. Since Sunday, the reporter said, Musatafu has... She looked at the monitor. Since Sunday, Musatafu has... her hands came up onto the desk and they were shaking, and she looked at them and then at the camera. I'm sorry, she said. That's a 15-year-old boy. And they went to break 4 minutes early on live national television, and the clip of that has 11 million views. And the comment section is still one of the kinder places on the internet. In a dorm room at Shiketsu High, a girl with short hair shoved behind her ears watched that broadcast sitting on the floor with her back against the bed. Sumire Ochiai had watched all of it. Every hour of the 15 days. She had a whole shelf of notebooks now, and the top one was about him, and she had 400 pages on the shape of a boy who falls on purpose. She turned the television off. Then she opened the notebook to a clean page and looked at it for about a minute and wrote 1 line and closed it and did not open it again for a year. I've been studying the wrong thing. Katsuki Bakugo did not go to a hospital. He did not go to a press conference, and he did not go to the memorial that the Kiyashi Ward Business Association put up in the plaza with 400 handprints on it, and he did not call because he did not have a version of himself that could do any of those things, and he knew it. On the second Saturday at 6:20 in the morning, he took a train to Musutafu and got off at Nishimura and walked 11 blocks with a plastic bag in each hand. He stood outside the door of apartment 403 for 4 minutes. Then he opened it because it was unlocked, because it had been unlocked for 2 weeks, because the person who used to lock it was dead, and the person who lived there now could tear a wall out. The apartment smelled wrong. That was the first thing. Not bad. Wrong. Closed, like a room that people had stopped moving air through. There was a load of laundry in the machine that had been in there for 18 days. There was a mug on the drain board with a lipstick mark on it that had been there for 18 days. There was a boy asleep sitting up on the sofa in a green hoodie with a notebook open on his chest, and both hands still black and yellow from something, and the bandage on his side was 3 days old and needed changing. Katsuki Bakugo stood in the middle of that kitchen and looked at it for a long time. Then he put the bags down on the counter and started. He ran the laundry again because 18 days is 18 days, and he did it twice with the vinegar he'd had the presence of mind to buy. He washed the mug and stopped with it in his hand and looked at the lipstick mark going away under the water and put it upside down on the rack with the others. He took the sticky note off the fridge. Eggs, 11. Buy more, and he did not throw it out. He read it twice. Then he put it back exactly where it had been, in the same place, at the same angle, and pressed the corner down flat with his thumb. Then he good at it. He was good at it. Knew that yet. And they found out that year. He did rice, and he did miso, and he did a whole mackerel he had bought at the Nishimura fish counter at 6:10 in the morning from a man who had recognized him and refused to charge him and been shouted at about it. And he did 11 eggs. He didn't know why 11. He had heard the story once at 14 in an argument thrown at him across a school corridor by a boy who could suddenly hold up a car. I ate 11 eggs. I ate 11 eggs and walked to Tsurumi and found out what I was, and it had sat in his head for 2 years, and now he stood at a dead woman's stove in her son's kitchen and made 11 eggs in a pan that had her handwriting on the tape on the handle. Izuku Midoriya woke up at 7:41 in the morning to a table with food on it, and Katsuki Bakugo standing at the sink washing a pan. He looked at it for a while. "Eat," Bakugo said, without turning around. Izuku got up. He limped. He sat down at the table where his mother had sat every morning of his life and picked up chopsticks with a hand that had 3 healing fingers in it and started eating. And about 4 bites in his face came apart, and he put his head down and cried into his own arm at the kitchen table. Bakugo did not turn around. He washed the pan. He washed it for about 6 minutes, which is a very long time to wash a pan. Then he dried it and put it in the cupboard where it belonged because he had looked for where it belonged, and he picked up his empty plastic bags and he stopped at the door. "There's more in the fridge for tomorrow," he said. "Don't put it in the freezer, you'll ruin it." And he left. He came back the next Saturday, and the one after that. He never once said why, and Izuku never once asked. And 11 years later, at a wedding in front of 200 people, Katsuki Bakugo stood up with a microphone and said, "I want to talk about eggs." And the entire room lost its mind. Shoto Todoroki took a train to a hospital in Shizuoka on the Sunday. He had not been in 6 years. He sat in the visitor's room for 11 minutes before they brought her in, and Rei Todoroki looked at her youngest son and did not say anything at all, and he sat down across from her and put both hands on the table. Then he turned the left one over, palm up. He let a small flame sit in it, about the size of a candle, no more, and it was warm, and it did not smell like anything, and it stayed. "It's mine," he said. "I found that out. Somebody had to tell me." His mother put her hand over the top of it, which was a very reckless thing to do, and it did not burn her, because he had spent 16 months learning exactly what his own hand could hold. Ochako Uraraka knocked on the door of apartment 403 on the Sunday evening. She was carrying a laundry basket. That's it. That's what she brought. A blue plastic laundry basket with a bottle of detergent and a bag of clothespins in it, because she had thought about flowers for 2 days and then thought about the fact that nobody in that apartment had done a single load of washing in 3 weeks. And Ochako Uraraka was the daughter of 2 people who ran a construction company and had never once in her life confused a gesture with a use. Izuku opened the door. They looked at each other. He was in a t-shirt with a dressing taped over his ribs, and there was a scar on his cheek, and his eyes were the eyes of somebody who had done a lot of not sleeping. And she was standing in a hallway holding a laundry basket with her chin already going. Nobody made a speech. She put the basket down on the floor between them and stepped over it and put her arms around his neck. And Izuku Midoriya put his face down into her shoulder and stood in his own doorway, holding on to her like a piece of furniture in a flood. They stayed like that for about 90 seconds. Then she said, into his ear, wetly, furiously, "You look terrible." That's what everybody says. Your hair's too long. Ochako, I'm going to do your washing, she said, and then we're going to sit on the balcony and eat the worst possible food, and you're going to tell me about the roof thing, because you didn't answer 11 phone calls, and I am going to be mad at you about that for a long time, but not tonight. He laughed. It came out cracked and wrong, and it was the first one in 3 weeks. Okay, he said. They did 4 loads. She hung them on the rack, on the balcony, in the orange light, over a city that had absolutely no idea, and he sat on the floor with his back against the door and handed her clothespins, and neither of them said anything important for 2 hours, and it was the single best evening of that entire year. Tenya Ida was in the passenger seat of a car in Hosu when the news alert came through. He read it twice. He put the phone in his lap and looked out the windscreen at the rain. And then he smiled. And it was the smile you smile when you owe a person a debt so large that the only honest response is joy. Then he called his brother and cried on the phone for 4 minutes and went to work. Wire Bell sat alone in the office above the laundromat with 11 newspapers on the desk. He had bought all 11, which was ridiculous because they all said the same thing. His tea had gone cold 2 hours ago. It was raining on the window the way it always rained on that window. He had told a 15-year-old across that exact desk, "Don't be brave, be fast." He picked up the top paper and read the headline again and put it down and let out a breath through his nose, and the smile on the face of a 51-year-old underground hero with no merchandise and no budget was a small one, and it stayed there for a while. "Fast," he said to an empty room. "Sure." That's what it was. The cemetery is on a hill on the east side of Musutafu, and in the afternoon, in autumn, the light comes across it flat and gold and makes the gravel look like water. Izuku Midoriya went up there on a Wednesday in October, 4 weeks after, in jeans and a green hoodie with his hands in his pockets. There were 2 headstones now. Same gravel, same air. Somebody had left chrysanthemums at his father's, one of the neighbors, one of the ones whose dryer he'd fixed. And there had been fresh ones there every month for 2 years, and Izuku had never found out who. His mother's was still new enough to be a different color from his father's. He stood there for a long time and did not say anything, because there was nothing rehearsed in him, and he had decided on the walk up not to build. "Okay," he said eventually. "So." The wind came across the hill. "They gave me a medal. Another one." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't know what to do with it. I put it in the drawer that sticks, the one with the moon poster certificate and Dad's ugly shirt photo because you said don't put things somewhere special, so..." He shrugged. "It's in with the electric bill." Nothing answered him. 40,000 people, he said. "They keep telling me the number like it's a gift. 40,000. And I keep looking at people. On the train, in shops, and I do the math on their age, and I think, were you at Kiyashi? Were you in the fog? Are you one of the 40,000? And if you are, then you're standing here instead of her. And then I hate them for 4 seconds, and then I hate myself for a lot longer than 4 seconds." He stopped. He looked at the sky for a bit. I don't actually hate anybody. I want that on the record. His voice went, "I just want you to know it wasn't clean. Everybody thinks it was clean. Everybody thinks I stood in that lab and did the right thing like a poster. Dad would have hated it. There's a poster of me in a train station now. Did you know that? There's an actual poster." He laughed and it broke in the middle and he let it. "I'm so angry at you," he said. "That's the part nobody warned me about. I'm so angry at you for making me leave that room. You didn't even let me argue properly. I had 3 more things, Mom. I had a whole thing about the blood volume, and you looked at my face and you took it away from me, and you said, 'There it is.'" He crouched down, elbows on his knees in front of the stone. "You were right," he said. "You were right, and I've stopped needing to be told." The gravel ticked in the wind. "Here's the thing I came up here to say. And then I'm going to go because Ochako's making dinner and it's going to be bad and I have to be there for it." He wiped his face with the back of his wrist. "You never once asked me to be a hero, not one time. 16 months and every single night you wrote back, 'Be careful,' which was the funniest possible thing to write to me, and you knew it was, and you wrote it anyway." He put his hand flat on the top of the stone. She didn't want a hero for a son, he said, out loud, to two people who were not there anymore. She wanted a good person. I'm going to be the best of both, or I'll die doing it. He stayed down there a while longer, then he stood up and brushed the knees of his jeans and looked at the two names side by side in the flat gold light and said the last thing. Hey, he said, I made it. And then he stood there and did not say anything else for a very long time, and the light moved across the hill, and eventually he walked down it with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders back. The apartment was different now, in the specific way that rooms change when somebody has left them forever. Same size, same furniture, same view. The air moved through it differently, and nobody has ever explained that. He'd cleaned it. Ochako had helped twice, and Bakugo had reorganized the kitchen without asking anybody. And the laundry was done, and the mug was in the cupboard with the other mugs, and the cardigan was folded in the bottom of the closet. One thing was exactly where she left it, on the fridge, at the same angle, corner pressed down flat with somebody else's thumb. Eggs. 11. Buy more. He bought 11 eggs every week for the rest of his life. His wife thought it was a joke for the first 2 years, and then he told her once, and she never made a joke about it again. At 9:20 that night, he went out onto the balcony. The city was going orange the way it did. A train ran somewhere south, somebody's dog, somebody's television, with his own voice coming out of it, saying something about a subway platform on a panel program with four adults on a couch. And this time they were not laughing. He put his hands on the rail, in the place where a man used to put his, and then in the place where a woman used to stand next to him and complain about the wind. And he stood there for 4 minutes. He'd gotten his sense back on the 11th day. It came back the way a limb comes back, pins and needles first, and then a flicker. And then at 4 a.m. on the 11th day, sitting on the roof of his own building, doing nothing at all, the gold bloomed around his head for no reason and told him a pigeon was about to land on him. He had cried about that for an hour, and then laughed for another one. He pulled the mask down over the scar on his cheek. He checked both shooters, twice, the way he had checked them every single night for 16 months, because he had built them at a kitchen table with a hand tool, and he had put a hole in his ceiling and a hole in the neighbor's fence and a hole in his own hand, learning how, and you check your gear. Then he took out his phone and opened a conversation that would never have anything new in it, and typed 5 words on the roof. Love you. He sent it. It sat there on the screen under 16 months of be careful, and there's rice and dry your hair, and nothing came back. Nothing was ever going to come back. And he sent it the next night, and the night after that, and every single night for the next 60 years. Then Izuku Midoriya stepped up onto the rail of a 4th floor balcony in Musutafu and looked at his city. All of it. Every window with somebody behind it. 40,000 people who would get up tomorrow and go to work and complain about the trains, and never once know that a boy stood in a support lab at 5 in the morning with 11 grams of glass in his hand and chose them. 611 who wouldn't. 400 who had stood in a line on a Friday because they thought he was tired. A pawn shop guard with a bad hip, going to work on the night shift right now 11 blocks east, who would never in his life know what he was owed or that it had been paid. An old man's chrysanthemums on a hill, a yellow sticky note on a refrigerator door. It was not a weight. That's the thing people get wrong when they tell this story. And they've been telling it for 40 years, and they still get it wrong. They make it a burden. They make it a cross. They put it in a film with rain on it and a boy with his head down. It was a reason. He had lost his father because he stepped aside to look cool in front of a security guard. And he had lost his mother because he did the right thing on purpose with his eyes open, and it cost him the only person he could not afford to lose. And the world had taken 2 payments out of the middle of his chest before he was old enough to drive. And he put the suit on anyway. Somewhere out in the middle of all those windows, right now, tonight, somebody was about to have the worst night of their life, and it was going to take him 9 seconds to get there. Izuku Midoriya bent his knees. Then he stepped off the rail and fell 4 floors with his arms out, and the street came up. And at 11 meters, he fired a line into the dark and caught the air, and the silk went taut and sang, and a 15-year-old boy came up out of that fall in a long, low arc over the roof of a convenience store, with the whole orange sprawl of Musutafu opening out underneath him. He let go at the top. He hung there for a second with nothing under him at all. Then he fired again, and swung, and picked up speed, and went out over the city at 80 kilometers an hour, laughing, the way he had every night since he was 14 years old, and would every night for the rest of his life. Down on Nishimura Street, a man walking his dog looked up. 4 floors of nothing, and a shape going across it fast, red and blue against the orange, and for a quarter of a second, the streetlight caught the black spider on his chest. The man stopped walking. That is Izuku Midoriya. And this is what he is. And it took a spider, a bad decision, 2 graves on a hill and 40,000 strangers to make him, and there has never been anything else like him. And there will never need to be. He does not fly. He falls, and then he refuses to hit the ground. And every night, over a city going orange, with nobody left at home to text and a promise he keeps sending anyway, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man goes out looking for somebody who needs him. He always finds one. He always will.
The Hero Roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro Heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05.
Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community. The titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype at an all-time high. Alexander Igarza. That guy Miso. Deck. Lydell Scott Jr., James Martin, Victor Laroux, Rune Brokstad, Ariuse Bryant, Jonah Wheeler, T-Mac, XXHJRX3A7XX, Hyperbeams, Michael Murphy, Grand Region Kell, Sin Hunter, Logan Bland, Alexander Johannes, Alex Morgan, Ray Various, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, T. Mackie 68 Rimuru, A. Zetros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, Jacob Ropes, Bully Maguire Shadow, Rathakit Thitiratnan Thakul, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Sunawin 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma Noakami, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8ER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignacio. Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Void Rot, Chaos Umbre, Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Tyshawn Palmer, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Q Hon Yen Thompson, Juan, and Zeno KJ. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. If you enjoyed this story and want to see more complete what-if tales just like it, please hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Your support means the world and keeps these stories coming.